SANE. Day 1. Subject seems to be acting normal. The chemicals in the gas will be inserted into the chamber tomorrow. It must be observed at a safe distance, since we don't know the sanity level of it. It seems to be a homeless person who qualified for the experiment. I wrote everything the man said down, word for word. I have no idea what they were planning to do to the man, or what is in the gas they will release into the chamber, but I will have to see soon. I walked quickly and cautiously to the man who was explaining everything. I stared wide-eyed and asked, "What do you plan to do with this man?" He smiled and said, "It's like a surprise. You will have to wait until tomorrow." Is he serious? It's almost as if he was acting like something as serious as this was just a cruel joke. I guess I will just wait until tomorrow. Day 2. After inserting gas, the subject seems to be showing extreme adrenaline and hyperactivity. Supervision is required for the subject, as it seems harmful to our workers and everyone else here. Thank you. Have a marvellous day. Hyperactivity? Harmful? What do they even mean? The gas has chemicals in it that change human behaviour. I need to find out. Tomorrow I will see what is going on. I see the man who was talking yesterday about the surprise. I ask, "What is in that gas? What are you doing to him? Is this even legal?" The man replies, "Why are you asking so many questions? Are you scared of it? Don't be scared. It's not going to hurt anything yet." Why is he acting like the man is a creature? Why did he say yet? I don't know what's going on, but I plan to find out. Day 3. Subject seems to be getting deformities. Its hands seem to be outstretched, and there are chunks of extra flesh growing on their body. They are now extremely dangerous and must be supervised by almost anyone, no exceptions. Do they mean I have to watch this thing for 24 hours repeatedly? I don't even want to look at it in general. I see that man again. This time I ask simply, "When are you going to kill that thing?" He replies, "Why should I kill art? You're lucky I haven't killed you yet, you little brat. Now shut up and keep an eye on it." I did as I was told, fearful of that man. Staring at the creature has given me sudden emotions, and I don't know why, but I want to keep looking at it. I have to keep looking at it. Day 4. Subject must be given food every 3 hours, mainly human flesh. You must listen to its chant. Chant? What do they mean? I silently listened. Yams. Octagon. Unit. What? Ill. Dog. If. End. What in the world does that mean? I mumbled it. Yams. Octagon. Unit. What? Ill. Dog. If. End. Yam. Octagon. Unit. What? Ill. Dog. If. and you will die. What the heck? It seemed like nothing, so I pawned it off. Over and over, the creature chanted over and over. I hate it. It needs to stop. I hear it when he's not there. Stop it. 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 Leave me alone. I hesitated. I want you to cut this paper, the strange man said as he walked closer. Sure. What do I have to lose? As he handed me the supplies, he walked to a radio connected to the chamber and turned the knobs until it played only eerie rings. I cut the paper, wondering what he was meaning. Suddenly, the radio went from eerie rings to the sound of someone crying, "Stop, stop, 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 stop." It kept crying, "Stop, stop, 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 stop." I hate it. Stop it. That's enough. Enough. A sharp pain went up my spine. I examined my hand. I had jabbed my hand with the scissors. I quickly covered it with a rag and bandages. Is this what he wanted? I go to open the door. It's locked. I'm trapped. Day 5. I am slowly losing my sanity. I need to stay sane. The crying keeps coming. I remember the chant and look at the man in the chamber. It looks like a pile of rotting flesh. I cover my eyes. The image is still in my mind. No, no, no. I can't. I get an idea. If I can't see anything, I won't have to see that thing. I begin to claw and scratch at my eyes until my vision goes black. Yes, yes, the dark is comforting. Suddenly I began to lose consciousness, and before I fall asleep, I hear, "Get rid of the other subject. Clear the chamber." I wake up in a cold, empty room and I can't move. Suddenly, I hear someone say this. Subject seems to be acting normal. The chemicals in the gas will be inserted into the chamber tomorrow. I now fully understand. I heard a small whisper. Don't you see? There is no surprise. You are the surprise. It's a cycle, and you're just a guinea pig. That is in the cycle. We are what keeps you, INSANE. Sane is boring, isn't it? The end. The Summer Camp Bunker, posted by Dependent Ad 87493. So, when I was 20, I was a camp counsellor for a summer camp called Splash Camp. There was a big lake, 3 cabins and 1 bunker. I enjoyed working there, but something terrifying happened while I was working there, and it made me quit. So, it was a Monday. All the children got ready to eat breakfast. I saw my buddy Hanson. I walked over to him and said hi to him. "Hi Hanson." "Hey Greg, what's up?" "Not much. I planned something special for the children after they do their activities." "What's that?" I plan to take them swimming. That's good. Hey, can I tell you something? Sure, but can we go somewhere private for this? Okay. We walked over to the woods, and the second I stepped foot in the forest, Hanson pinned me to a tree. I blushed very hard. Greg, I can't hold this back anymore. I'm in love with you. So much. I would do anything for you. I smirked and kissed him. I was planning to say the same. Before he can hug me in joy, we heard screaming. What was that? Hanson said, trembling. I don't know. I'm going to check it out. Watch the kids. He understood and walked back to the children. I rushed over to where the scream could be heard, and it was coming from the bunker. I was shocked. I've never been down there before. Now is my chance. I opened the bunker hatch and went inside. It was dusty, smelly, and smelled like dead animals. There was a bathroom, kitchen, and another hatch. Of course, I opened it. I looked down. Blackness. I thanked my lucky stars I brought my flashlight. I turned it on and climbed down the ladder. I aimed my flashlight at my left. The walls were covered by blood. I aimed the flashlight at the floor. I could see blood, organs, bones and skulls everywhere. Then I heard munching sounds. I aimed the flashlight at the direction of the noise, and what I saw will forever haunt my mind. It was an endoskeleton, like animatronic, with the arms and lower legs being wires, the rest being its endoskeleton. It noticed the light and looked at me. I screamed and hurried up the ladder, out of the bunker, and closed the hatch. I rushed back to the campsite and grabbed Hanson. Jenny, watch the kids. Me and Hanson quit. I yelled to Jenny. Okay. A few hours passed, and me and Hanson got back to my place. We relaxed for a little bit before Hanson asked, why did we have to leave the camp in a hurry? I sighed, told him everything. He understood. Soon he quit his job for me. So, note to self, don't open a bunker hatch in the middle of the woods. The house on Rupert Street. Every town has it. That house. The one that has been there as long as anyone remembers. Abandoned. And it always has a reputation. A haunted house. A ghost house. The one you don't want to walk past on Halloween night without holding your mother's hand. Now we venture into that house, the house that no one dares enter, the one no one dares tear down. Come with me, child, take my hand and come with me. Come to the house on Rupert Street. Do you know my name, child? My name is Thorn, and I am here to show you what lies beyond that door. Do not fear, as I am not a bad person. I am not the boogeyman. Just take my hand. Good. Then squeeze it tight, as to not lose me when we go inside. Are you ready? Are you sure? Let's go. Isn't it a nice house? Brick. That's how you can tell it's an old house. No one builds with brick anymore. The fence. Ah, yes, that was put around it by the town. Why? I don't know. I don't live here. No one lives too close to the house. They say that it's haunted. What? Of course not. Even if there were ghosts inside, I wouldn't let them hurt you. After all, I am Thorn. I am here to protect you. Now come on, through the gate. Look at the walkway, at the cracks. One day, every sidewalk will look like this. Yes, even the one leading up to your house. What's the matter, little one? Are you afraid? Don't be. It's safe. Believe me. Come on. That's it. Nothing to fear. It's just a house, after all. Watch your step. The deck is rotten. Why? No one lives here. No one looks after it. Just follow me, and it will be okay. That smell. Why, that is the smell of age, child, of dust and mould and water dripping through the rotten wood. Feel the walls, soft, spongy. They have brick inside, yes, but then there's wood and drywall. It's rotting. Even the wallpaper is rotten. Come with me. Follow, just behind me. Ah, don't let go of my hand. We don't want to lose you. See this? This is the living room. We were just in the porch. Why is the couch still here? Well, it's said the people who lived here left in a hurry, so they must have forgot it. The toys? Well, they had kids about the same age as you, I dare say. Why did they leave? You'll see. Hurry now to the kitchen. The floor gets soft just before the doorway, so make haste. The floor? In the kitchen? Oh, I see what you mean. The plaster fell back from the ceiling long ago, and now covers it. Look underneath. See the tiles? White and black. It's very nice. Once you see past the decay, look at the cupboards. Warped and sagging, but the wood is oak. No, not like Professor Oak, whoever that is. This was a very expensive house back in the day. That door? No, we'll wait before we go in there. That's the last thing I want to show you. Now follow me. Quick, over the doorway again, to the stairs. Yes, that's all the rooms that are down here. The kitchen is bigger than the one in your house. Oh, I've been in your house before, child. Trust me. Your parents, they know me. Careful. The stairs are soft underfoot, rotten, like the rest. But look at the runner on the stairs, the rug, boy. It used to be a golden brown in colour, very nice. The smell is worse. You're right, that's the smell of the beds. Yes, they left them. Now we must be careful up here. The floor is very thin, and I don't want you falling and getting hurt. See that? That was the son's room back in the day. Those books, those were his school books and his story books. The rain got into them and made them swell. This room was His sisters. She was only 8 when they left. Yes, it's pink. She liked the colour. The smell. What do you mean? Oh, I get you now. Like the taste of blood. Never mind that. Just come with me. Walk close to the wall where the floor is strongest. Don't let go of my hand. Oh, my gloves. They're leather, kid, skin. What? No, it's made from goat. I wear them to keep my hands warm, as it is winter. Tell me, does your mother know where you are? She's awfully trusting to let someone so young go to the park alone. What? You're 6. Well, I guess I'm wrong. See this room, the bathroom, the feet on the tub. What about them? Oh, the stains. It's just rust. The mirror? What's on it? I don't know, it seems to be rust as well. How? Well, there is metal just above it. Don't worry. See this room? The big one. This is the master bedroom. The floor fell in a few years ago. The white thing in the corner. You want to see it? Well, the floor isn't there anymore, so we can't really cross to it. What is it? It was my wife. You see, well, I'll tell you when we go downstairs. Up against the wall now, careful. You heard that, the groaning. The wood is starting to give way. If you step there, you could fall and get hurt. There, now down the steps. Just hold my hand and it will be okay. That jacket, did your mother get it recently? Really? Well, it's so clean and new looking. It looks brand new. To the kitchen now. Why isn't the bathroom down here? I don't remember anymore. Yes, I lived here. When? Back in the 60s. Yeah, a long time ago. Come with me, child, into the basement. The stairs are safe here, trust me. The ceiling may sag, yes, and there might be water on the floor, but it's safe. Do you see it, that thing in the corner? See how it reaches up along the ceiling like some huge spider? You seem afraid, child. Don't be. I won't let it hurt you. Listen, above you. You hear it, don't you? That's the sound of the house settling. Don't worry. That's the furnace in the corner. This is where I took my son all those years ago. See the door? This would burn coal, you see. Climb in. It's okay. You won't get stuck. Just look. Clunk. Click. What was that sound? You ask. The lock. Of course. What am I doing? Ah, that's the fun of this. As Thorn, it is my job to protect whoever calls to me, but I was also meant to protect my family. I strangled my wife with these very gloves on, so she wouldn't feel how wet my hands were. You see, I killed my daughter in the bathroom when everyone was asleep, slit her throat, flooded the tub. Her blood ran down the stairs. When I cut her the first time, it sprayed everywhere. Why am I crying? Don't call me a monster, you fucking brat. My tears, why yes, they're red. You see, my son scratched at my face when he saw what I had done. He tried to run from me. He attacked me when he saw his mummy lying there in the corner, her throat bruised and face pale. Why is it getting hot? You see, I'm not alive anymore. Like this house, it died when I killed myself. I control it now. No, I won't let you out. You should know better than to trust a strange man, you little idiot. Now shut up. You can't do anything to stop me. No one can hear you scream. No one lives close enough. Your voice will carry up into the pipes, yes, but it's just the wind. Crying is useless. Tears are for babies. Besides, I thought you were a big boy. You snivelling brat. My son cried too, for the first bit. Then the coal fumes knocked him out. He died before he burned. Look at the floor of the furnace. See those grey bits? Those are his bones. So you know the white thing wasn't my wife. She died there, but that wasn't her. That was a dog. You had a dog, didn't you? Little white dog named Scamp. Shut up. Your screams bother me, child. Your mother is a fool, like my wife. I told her I wanted to leave, but she cried and cried until I stayed. People will know, yes. They'll know what happened. The headlines will be as follows, I imagine. 6-year-old boy missing. Last seen going to the park. Next week it will be search continues for missing boy. The next few pages you'll be off the first page and into the shorts. A few months the search would be called off. No one comes into my house anymore. It's condemned. Too rotten to enter. They won't find you. Child, what's wrong? You stopped screaming. Are you okay? War of Magnetism, posted by Sucking God's Finger. Steel clashes sound off with the roosters at daybreak and continue to ring long past the lullabies that comfort our kin as they drift into slumber. I wake up to the sun touching my face because I earned it, and this I will prove. For today is not just any day. Today I will end their push. However many souls I shall have to claim. Every moon cycle is a new battle as we progress at the rate that we do. Rumour is the wizards responsible for our technological advances have wagers going on of their own behind closed doors, but I refuse to believe such blasphemy. They live for the king as they should. The thought alone would get one executed in a heartbeat. Several moons ago my men came to me with word of a machine moving towards our kingdom over the horizon that is heavily guarded. I ordered them to send scouts and bring back more information, with only one returning. He claimed the bastards on the other side let him live so he could warn his king, and that he did. The man cried of a machine said to end the war with a power they themselves could not comprehend. He said that it had the framework of a battering ram, but with several giant magnets suspended in the middle of the contraption that were held in place by devices on each end, not to mention the men guarding it are their king's elite. Whether on foot or on horseback, they're equipped with plated armour that held their kingdom's crest on its chest, and were coated in graphite from head to toe. Their helms are shaped as their king's face, because they are an extension of himself on the battlefield. Each one is given a nullifying crown that floats above their head and reduces the velocity of anything thrown their way without proper weight behind it. And I don't intend to let that stop me from taking their heads. They wield standard weaponry, lances, swords and maces, all fixed with magnetic trickery, not to forget those unreliable hand cannons that send groups of metal discs flying through the air, but are useless against the well-prepared. Then the shields. I hate those bloody shields, but that means they're ready for whatever we may throw their way. My lieutenant enters my quarters to awaken me with the bad news, to see that I am already prepping for battle. He bows his head in silence before stepping away and calling forth the war dressers. As I finish slipping into my undergarments, each one brings me a piece of my armour and dresses me for battle. I could feel the castle rumbling beneath as they secure the graphite-coated armour into place. As the one that bows before me hands me my helm. What an honour for a peasant as such a glorious day. I make my way out of my quarters and through the castle with the cry of battle masking many footsteps to the battlefield. I stand in front of the castle, between the main gate and the force field, as my men flock in my direction, and for what could be the last inspiring words to ever touch their ears, I place my smooth towering helm upon my head and look upon my men to speak the words they wish to hear. Today we will earn the right to see the light of tomorrow's day. Today we will fight as if this day will be our last. The wizards on the other side have built their army, something that threatens our kingdom like never before. If we fall, then our brothers that have fallen before us will have died in vain. But if we do fall, we fall in glory for the king. My men cheer as 3 of my men bring my equipment from their ranks. My morning star, my long sword and my shield are all fixed with magnetic trickery. A hand cannon is placed in my holster, and my crown of repulsion is placed above my head as I watch the machine lurch in our direction. The elite surrounded the machine as a wall of foot soldiers push forward while keeping a box formation around them, all holding tower shields and lances. This is the closest they've been in decades, and we are prepared. I give my first command. Arm the Rippers. Sheets of makeshift terrain are pulled from the ground as massive walls of magnets are hoisted up on both sides of the opposing army by some of my strongest, armorless men. The machine comes to a halt and their soldiers dig their shields into the ground to make their own force field around them. But some weren't as fast as others, nor did some take the time to properly coat their armor. A reminder why we are superior. Those that didn't slam their shields into the ground in time have the pleasure of having their shields and arms ripped from their body, while the soldiers behind them takes their place. Those that didn't coat their armor thoroughly are either taken with their armor into the magnetic wall and die on impact, or have their remains left behind when the armor is taken from them. Oh, the glory of battle. Then goes my second command. Let loose the catapults. Their army cannot move as long as I keep up the walls of magnets, but that also means we cannot push for an attack. As I said before, the hand cannons were useless contraptions against the well-prepared, so we'll pummel them with stones instead. Stone after stone we beat into their force field that is made to suspend any metal that touches it. Stone after stone, their soldiers grow weak from the bludgeoning they are unprepared for. To my surprise, they answer ferociously. I cannot say whether they use peasants, slaves, or sacrifice their own soldiers, but armorless men push through their ranks. I watch as groups run in opposite directions towards the magnetic walls with coils of rope in hand. I take the time to analyze my soldiers' responses to such an act. They are prepared, and that means there is treason amongst my ranks. Their many armorless men fight against my strong few, as all we can do is watch from behind our force fields. I watch as my men get overrun and the opposing few slip by them. Faces are broken with fists and limbs are snapped with hands. Their men push through enough to lob their ropes over the corners of the walls and pull by the masses. My men rip them from their positions only to be replaced by another, all while those who are not heaving on the ropes pile on top of my few. If there are gods, they are not looking down upon us today. I watch the magnetic wall topple in the direction of all the armorless men, but they dare not run. I watch as the last blows are thrown before the walls crush them underneath. May they live on through song for their sacrifice to the king. I raise my morning star in front of me and call out my final command. We now bathe in their blood. My men let out their loudest war cries as my foot soldiers take the battlefield with myself at their side. We make the push 1,000 strong against the wall of some of the bastard king's finest warriors, but we are superior. The opposing army drops their force field and focuses it in front of them as they press forward with their machine. The sound of their march goes unanswered. I watch the last volley of stones fly overhead and break their ranks before we cascade into the wall of shields. My men lock shields with theirs as those behind them push through with myself past the lances. The soldier before me put up his shield, as if they were tempting me to try to take their soul. I bat down their shield with my morning star, then swing it up with an unrelenting force. My morning star makes contact under the chin of the helm, and I hear the soldier's neck snap back as their body crumbles. Another swings their sword at me as I block it with my shield and cave in the soldier's chest plate with a heavy swing. There are so many, but we do not falter. Their soldiers in the back push forward and surrounding ours as we planned, while my men and I cut them down one by one. I hear the cavalry closing in behind us to circle around the back with their lances and shields. They go toe to toe with the opposing army's elite, who stay true to their title. A few fall, but not enough. I take it upon myself to cripple their army where they stand. As I said, this wonderful morning I will earn my life today. I push through their ranks, caving every skull that meets my morning star, without remorse, with their machine ever so close to our kingdom. Their men crowd around me as I block blow after blow and return with a flurry of my own. Overwhelmed as I may seem, there is always a plan. I pull the ring at the end of the handle of my morning star, while one of their men attempts to pry my weapon from my grasp. The spikes shoot out from the head and shred everyone around. Another soldier closes in for an attack before I can draw my sword. I throw up my shield to block his swing without hesitation. Out of instinct, I draw my hand cannon, drive it into the pit of the soldier's arm, where there is a break in the armour, and send the sharp metal discs into their body. I hear the discs bouncing around in the soldier's armour as their blood showers mine, and I draw my sword in to bring it down on another. The bloodlust clouds us all as the machine closes in on our kingdom's force field. I need to sabotage the machine before they activate it, whatever it may do. I push through their soldiers with a few of mine at my side and make my way to the heart of their army. I stare into the eyes of their elite, who wear the face of their king, as my men and I fight until our last breath. An elite on horseback singles me out from the group and immediately engages. They drive their lance down at me, and I bat it to the side with my shield as it grazes my helm ever so slightly. I spin around to swinging my sword wide as meets his shield, and the sound of steel clashes. The elite drives his lance in my direction again, and I catch it under my arm. He flicks a switch on the lance, and everything from the handle forward launches in my direction. This throws me off balance and onto the ground, but I should have known better, for I am superior. One of my soldiers lets off their hand cannon at the elite to buy time for me as I get my footing once again. I watch as the sharp discs stop as soon as they make contact with the force field made from his nullifying crown, while he draws his blade and drives it into my soldier's neck. His sacrifice will not be in vain. I swing my blade and cleave the horse's front legs where they bend. The weight of the elite's armour makes them flip forward over their horse. I bring my shield down on the elite's neck, severing the head from the body in a single blow. The machine is now at our kingdom's force field, and the mechanism is set into play. A soldier in front of the machine pulls a rope, dropping the device in front of the magnets. The battlefield grows silent for a second as all eyes fall on our kingdom. The suspended magnets push against the device that was still in the back of the machine, then collide with one another until they hit the force field with such a force that it knocks all of us off our feet. They know not what they have done. The ground below us is splitting, and the foundation of our kingdom is no more. All of us watch the machine crumble on itself and into the abyss below. Soldiers from both sides disappear into the earth, while I run for my life to find stable ground. Cracks branch out in all directions like a spider's web, while I watch my men fight until they disappear into the earth. We may not earn my life today, but we have all earned our rest. A haunted house story. I do not have a name, but I've been called many things. I have been called a demon, a ghost, a poltergeist, a spirit, and even the boogeyman. However, I have no memory from before this incorporeal existence to confirm or deny any such names. I have no eyes, yet I can see. I have no ears, yet I can hear. I do not have a body. I have no shape. If I strain my will, I can mimic a human's. If I will it, I can move objects with my thoughts. However, both take a great toll on me and grow more and more difficult as the number of witnesses increases. I do not know what I am, but I know I am very old. I cannot escape the property of the house I was born in, an old 1937 American four-square, a very square-looking home sitting in a rather average American suburb. My cage reaches as far as the sidewalk, where I can watch people pass by but never follow. I do not believe I was born with the house, as my memories only reach as far back as near the end of World War II. I lived with the Stockley family at the time. William Stockley was the master of the house and was married to his wife Anne. They had 3 children, 2 boys and a young girl named Ashley. Both boys joined the war and never returned. Like any young thing, I craved attention and tortured the family with mischief. If the Stockleys could not find something, it was because I hid it. If they heard sounds at night, it was me banging on the walls. My youthful antics never scared the Stockleys away. Time, however, made much faster work. Ashley had grown up, married and moved away. William and Anne stubbornly stayed in the home till they both grew old. One night, not long after the 70s had started, William sat in his study, reading, while Anne slept. William suffered a heart attack and died on the floor. He did not join me as a spirit of any kind. He just simply ceased being alive. and I could do nothing to aid him. It was the first time I truly realised how helpless my existence was. Anne moved in with her daughter, and I never saw any of the Stockleys again. I was left abandoned for a while after that. I felt loneliness for the first time. However, soon a new family moved into the home. I remember it was around the time of a nuclear scare happened, not far from the home. Protests were a topic of conversation as the Grahams had moved in. Donald and Maria Graham and their 2 children, Mark and Robert. I was much more reclusive with the Grahams. I was much more brooding and withdrawn, always watching, but no longer trying to be heard. I had long since stopped trying to test my limits. The Grahams lived a rather uneventful life. I watched them for years go about their dull lives, kept my distance, stayed unattached. They grew older and eventually left. They moved out west for a better job. This led to the Youngs moving in, a modern family for a more modern age. Jane and Hank were the parents. Both worked for a living. Elizabeth was their daughter, the kind of girl that would put up posters of then popular boy bands on her room walls. James was the youngest and most fascinating in the family. James was broken, and everything else in the family ignored it. He was 13 when I first met him. As I observed him, he observed others much the same way. He would spend hours alone, and the rest of his family seemed happy to be away from him. His room was his sanctuary, a place he could be his true self. He changed when he left his room. He faked normalcy. Any breach of his sanctuary caused him to turn violent. The first time I saw this was when he nearly broke his older sister's arm, slamming it into the door, so his family avoided trying to break into his world. As he grew older, James grew worse. He had a terrible fascination with death. What started with books and pictures grew into him sneaking corpses of small animals into his room. When he was 14, he started to sneak out of the house at night, going where I could not follow, and coming back hours later. He had a habit of writing when he was upset, often words or phrases in repeat, like a mantra. Most often, he would call his family and everyone else around him a liar. He seemed to think that everyone around him lied to him. When they spoke of things like love and wanting the best for him, he hated them for it. He then started to collect knives. It all came to a conclusion when he was 15. After one of his night trips out, he came home with a handgun wrapped in a towel, the kind with a clip and a sliding barrel. I'd never seen one outside of what books and newspapers I could read around the house. He calmly grabbed a nasty-looking knife with at least a 7-inch blade out of a table drawer. He stuck the handgun in the back of his pants and calmly and carefully snuck into his sister's room. He looked at her sleeping in her bed for a moment before grabbing a pillow and violently holding it over her face with one hand. He took his knife with the other hand and started stabbing the knife into the blankets his sister occupied. She screamed for a moment into the pillow, but repeated stabs to her chest and lungs prevented her from giving much resistance. When Elizabeth stopped moving, James looked down at his work. After he was content, he slowly started walking to his parents' room, no longer comfortable just observing. I tried to warn them. After a bit of effort, I managed to knock a lamp by their bedside off a table, causing it to smash on the floor. They both awoke, but were completely unaware of the danger heading towards them. James walked into their room and saw that they were no longer sleeping. In a single motion, he dropped his bloody knife and pulled out his gun. It was still dark, and his parents did not have time to figure out what their son was holding before he pulled back the slide on the pistol and fired several shots into each of them. James looked at each of what used to be his parents and simply walked away. He went back to his room, pulled out another clip for his gun, collected his knife and started walking towards the front door. I realized he was not going to stop. He was going to keep killing till the police killed him. I was horrified and furious as he walked toward the end of my cage. I focused all of my will power on him, trying to stop him from moving. In a flash, my point of view had changed. I was now holding a gun and stopped several feet from the door. I had possessed him. I was in control of his body, but I did not know for how long. I pulled the slide back on the gun like James had done not long before and put the gun to his head and pulled the trigger. With a thud, I was once again watching a boy bleeding on the floor, lifeless. The police arrived not long after. The house was closed off, the bodies collected. It all seemed to go by in a blur. It was not long till I was alone again. I could hear people talk as they passed the house. Another version of what happened emerged from the murder-suicide the police had reported. They said that this house is haunted, that a spirit had possessed the boy to kill his family and then himself. Perhaps it was because they could not comprehend anyone doing what James had done. However, I never felt more alone. The blood freezing experiment. In 1944, the British Secret Intelligence Service, SIS, tried developing a chemical that would affect the blood of a human being. A copy of this lab report can be found somewhere deep within the old MI5 building in London. Overture. This chemical was derived with mixtures of, names removed, nomofungin and, name removed, communism, as well as paraphomidine. The chemical would modify the blood's chemical properties and structure, so that if shot or cut, the blood would have the ability to freeze or solidify to where the person was shot. This would stop bleeding and could make a person far stronger than an average human being. However, a chemical like this would be incredibly expensive and only offered to the most valuable of people, such as MI5 units and important politicians. Other things that have to happen in order for the blood to solidify include increasing the amount of blood plasma from 55% to 59%. Modified blood cells, when oxygenated, constitute percentages of 96%. Therefore, the subject has to breathe deeper and more often, since thrombocytes seem to get into the way of modified blood cells. They are removed prior to modification. The medulla oblongata is also modified by a chemical that familiarizes it with modified blood cells. Also, since the blood cells expand when solidified, 4% to 6% of the normal blood volume must be removed. Blood vessels, of course, are changed a slight bit by the chemical as well in order to handle the heavier cells. Procedure. Test subjects can be any male over 21. Subjects are compensated with £35,000. The subject will be provided with hospital beds and some entertainment. The subject must remain on an EKG and his heart monitor must be watched at all times. Once the chemical is introduced into the subject, he must be monitored for 24 hours. No food must be given until the 25th hour. All requests made by the subject in the first 24 hours must be ignored. Beginning with the 25th hour, the subject may be given painkillers and proper meals. Patient must continue to be monitored until the 72nd hour. After 72 hours, the subject is to be escorted to the test room. The subject is to be bound and sedated. The left arm is to be cut open 4 inches, and the right arm is to be shot by a .45 automatic. Observe the effects. After hour 144, the subject is to be taken to the test room again, and the subject is to be shot in multiple places without sedation. Each place and effect is to be observed and recorded. Experimental. The 3 subjects were males, 22, 23 and 29. The subjects also swore to secrecy. The chemical was successfully administered to all 3 subjects within the first hour. All 3 of them started screaming in agony. Surprisingly, this stopped by hour 3. Subjects 1 and 3 requested a copy of a King James Bible after hour 6, but it was denied. The fellow researchers decided this meant that they believed they would die. Subjects 1 and 3 were granted a copy of a King James Bible after hour 25. Painkillers were administered to all 3 subjects. After 72 hours, the subjects were taken into the test rooms. The 3 seemed delighted to leave the room. After sedation, each subject had his left arm cut open with a scalpel and his right arm shot by a .45 automatic. When the scalpel penetrated subject 1's skin, it reacted with a dark, amorphous, solid substance, filling the cut almost as fast as the skin was opened up. It sealed so fast that the scalpel was stuck in his arm. The injury caused by the 45 automatic bullet was sealed by the dark amorphous blood within 3 seconds. The results were the same for subjects 2 and 3. After 84 hours, all 3 of the subjects started to act unusual. Instead of using the entertainment around them, they sat in their beds and groaned, as if they were sad or ashamed. Subjects failed to make eye contact. After 110 hours, Subject 1 passed out. Blood tests could not be run because the blood was solid and amorphous. The only thing that was determined was the pH of the blood, which was at 5, was far more acidic than usual. A research was sent in after 127 hours to take blood tests on all 3 subjects. Subjects became increasingly silent. All 3 subjects have shown signs of aggression. The doctor found the pH values to be 4.3, 4.6 and 4.4 for subjects 1, 2 and 3 respectively. pH values were decreasing. A blood test was taken at 140 hours. The pH values haven't changed. The experiment will continue as planned. At 144 hours, subjects were escorted to the test room. The 3 subjects looked far different from the beginning. The skin had turned to a shade of grey, and the skin looked noticeably thicker. Their eye colours have changed to pure black, and they were bloodshot. The experiment will continue as planned, but the chemical must be remodelled before repeating the experiment. Before opening fire on subjects 1, 2 and 3, they showed inhuman strength. They immediately pounced on their attackers and used their teeth as a most effective weapon. 6 armed men lost consciousness as their attackers touched their teeth to their skin. One's arm was devoured by the subject. When MI5 agents entered to neutralize the room, the subjects were reported to be missing. The chemical must have had a negative effect on the medulla oblongata, causing aggression. The chemical also affected the salivary glands. Superhuman movements were caused by the enhanced blood cells within the muscles. The subject's lust for human flesh is unknown. Locations of subjects 1, 2 and 3 are currently unknown. Research for this project will be discontinued. Evidence, including this laboratory report, will be classified as SIS Top Secret. The Hauntings. This is a true story about when I was 12 and my family and I moved into our new house. We all loved it, except it had a room we like to call the dungeon, an extremely tiny room in the basement that could be padlocked from the outside with no light inside. I even recall finding an old little toy car in the corner of the room. The house didn't feel right. The property had a chained link fence all along the side with barbed wire on top. I later found out this was an old foster home, but even now I never really looked into the history of the house. I'm still afraid of what I could find. After renovating the house, it felt more homey. We got rid of the dungeon and turned it into a computer room beside my bedroom. I was also the only one who slept in the basement of the house. All the other bedrooms were upstairs. This is where I shall begin telling you the events that took place. I had a paranoia about doors. My closet doors had to be closed on both sides. Otherwise, it felt like something was staring at me through the cracks. And my bedroom door had to be wide open so the hallway light could shine in, because I couldn't sleep in the dark. And I also felt trapped if the door was closed. For several weeks nothing happened. Then weird things started happening. I would start waking up in the mornings to find my closet doors wide open. Then I started waking up to my door closed. I started questioning everyone to see if they were pranking me, but they all said they had nothing to do with it. This kept happening and I just ignored it. I started to sleep with my door closed and slept with a small light in my room. After a while, I would start hearing voices. One night, two ladies were having a conversation and laughing outside my bedroom door. Another night, I could hear a man yelling at someone. Every time I heard something, I'd leave my room to investigate to see if the TV had gotten left on, only to find out it was off. I would then walk back into my room with the conclusion I must have been half asleep and dreaming. These things continued and I felt like I was going crazy. Then one night, after showering and walking into my room, I saw a small blonde boy sitting on my bed. In the split second before I turned my light on, I knew what I saw wasn't just in my mind or my mind playing tricks. I got dressed and made a bed on the couch upstairs, too afraid to sleep in my room. While facing the window and slowly losing consciousness, I saw a little brunette girl, no more than 5 years old, crying and staring back at me through the reflection. I screamed and looked above my head, where she would have been standing, and saw no one. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't sleep for many nights after that, the images haunting me. The next following years I grew numb to the doors closing by themselves, the knocks on the walls and the voices. It was the new normal. I told my mom the things that would happen, and she'd just roll her eyes and say I was just playing around. When I turned 19, I could start drinking. I drank every night. It helped me to sleep and ignore the sounds. When I didn't react to anything that was happening anymore, when it saw I wasn't afraid, things got worse. On one night, while sitting on my bed, a water bottle flew off my desk, across the room, and hit a wall. Then loud thumping on the walls behind me started. Silence. Then a blood-curdling scream erupted. I ran upstairs, on the brink of tears, asking if anyone had heard the scream, and they all shook their heads. My mom comforted me, and I slept with her for a week after that. By this time, my mom believed me, but with some hesitance. For weeks after, I would sometimes hear whimpering. It was always very faint though. Then September 6th, of 2012 came. The night that gave me evidence of it. I had a glass of rum and coke before bed. This was normal. It helped me sleep. I brushed my teeth and glanced at the clock. 12:02 a.m. I fell asleep. I woke up all groggy and my body aching. I looked at the clock and it was only 2:12 a.m. My bed felt wet and sticky and my shoulder felt extremely weird. I rubbed my shoulder with my other hand, only to stick my fingers in a gaping hole. I jumped out of bed and turned on the light to look in the mirror. I started crying while looking at the tear in my shoulder, 2 inches deep. I turned around and saw my bed was soaked in blood. My mum drove me to the ER and I got stitches. My mum thought I was self-harming and looked everywhere for something sharp in my room or bathroom and found nothing. Then she thought I sleepwalked and fell into something, only to find no blood anywhere else in the house. That's when I saw on her face that she believed me about everything. I moved out and now live with my dad. I'm working full-time at a pool, being a lifeguard and teaching swim lessons. I'm 20 now. And when I moved in this house, I could tell this house just felt better than the one I was at. The energy felt good. That is, until the other night, while lying in bed waiting for my boyfriend, I looked out of the bedroom door just before he closed it and saw the little brunette girl again. Scream for me. You know these shock sites which show a screamer? They are really annoying. Alex loves them. Who is Alex? Well, the man behind them. He creates them to see people scream and cry. He wants people scared. He loves it. But there is one thing which you forget. When you go on sites like this, you forgot to close your windows. There he is, the red teeth. I forgot to tell you, never turn back. When you do it, he'll be there, ready to kill you. Just stick your eyes to your screen and listen. It's a test. It will start with Anne, JPEG, Screamer. You know the epileptic Jeff the Killer. But it looks like something is moving in the background. You don't want to see it, I tell you. Then there's a song, but it is hypnotizing. So try not to fall asleep. You'll wake up as his food. Then the third part. Pictures of decomposing bodies, bloody hallways, deformed animals, all the beautiful stuff. And the last part, it's raining. Window. Oh God. Help. Me please. Oops. Sorry, I went away for a second. Anyway, if you can survive it, Alex, my master, will leave you alone. But you'll be forced to send the link to your closest friend. It needs to continue. If you think it's a lesson of bravery, if you don't survive it, you die. It's pretty simple. But remember, it's all for Alex. Scream for him and cry. What the fuck is this sick shit? Jake asked his best friend. Are you scared, little baby? Jake and Mike are the best friends, and they love creepypastas. Their favourites are Jeff the Killer and Dead Bart. Why? Well, they're good in their opinion. Shall we do research as always? No. That was a strange answer for Jake. Mike always said yes because he's a little bookworm. He looks for murder cases and other things. Mostly they don't find anything except the story. Why? I think I've seen it. You're joking. You know that none of these are real, right? Yes, but this one, I think it is. A long time ago, before I met you, I was searching for some gore videos. I know, I was fucking strange. The guys called Zella posted a link to a download. When you downloaded it, there was a file. I don't remember the name, but I remember the window. I know that it was recorded in our city because you could see our KBBBW radio tower, but I don't know where exactly it was recorded. You almost got me, almost thought all you said was true, because it is. Calm down, bro. Oh, I need to go home. Maria is coming soon. Mike didn't respond. He didn't move. He was just staring at him. Jake went home and his girlfriend was already there. They had a lovely evening, TV, cola, and they played GTA 5. About 11 p.m. she went home, and Jake got an email from Mike. Even if he lives one street away from Mike. From Mike the Great 1 at gmail.com to Jake the Great 1 at gmail.com. Subject 3123. Text: Hey, guess what? I found it. Fuck you, you didn't believe me. Now help. Mike. There was a file which came with it. It was called Rain AVI. Well, he tried to scare me. For 100%. It's from some shitty creepypasta, which is full of cliches. Look, he even wrote it like he's a retard. Nice try, guy. Jake opened the file when the Windows Media Player tab popped up. All words which Jake could say is it true? Before his eyes, the Ant JPEG screamer showed up with super loud screams. Fuck! It lasted 10 seconds. Then there was just static. The sound he heard was like someone whispering strange words in a very calm voice. No, it can't be true. Jake's eyes were slowly closing, but in the last moment he did something in his monitor. It was a tall man with long blonde hair and red eyes holding a knife. That image woke him up immediately and he turned around. The man was ready to strike. Jake quickly dodged his attack. Are you Alex? Jake said when laying on the floor. Another furious swing and another dodge. Yes, attacker said in that calm voice from the video. Jake grabbed his katana, which he got for his 18th birthday, and sliced Alex's left hand off. Ouch, he said, like something just pinched him. But then he did something unexpected. In his backpack, there was a head. The head of his best friend. He just threw it next to Jake. He dropped his katana and fell on his knees. He started crying and screaming for help. Ha ha ha. Now what? You can't do shit now. You see, that file is actually my memory. My parents were killed by someone. Some serial killer. After that, I was forced to go out and live on the street. I lived a destroyed building. I was cutting myself every night and whispering that everything will be okay. I grew up in there. I had a few pets, but they died because I didn't have food. I never had a friend. I baited people to my house and killed them. Then I ate all what is left from them. When I turned 18, I stole a PC and made that video. I killed your friend already, his family too. And guess what? They will be the main dish today, and you'll be the dessert. Alex threw the knife and Jake's head, hitting his eye. He screamed in agony, but he took the knife out of his head, even if it was very painful. He grasped it in his hand and rushed with rage on Alex. He pushed him on the floor and then with fury stabbed him in the heart 21 times. Then he took his katana and chopped his head clean off. All he did after was sit on the computer chair and watch the rest of the video. It showed a window. You could see his city completely abandoned and empty. Blood was on the walls of the houses. You could hear the siren of the police cars still working. Then the camera moved and it showed his room. Jake couldn't believe it. He had the same window and it showed the radio tower and the rest of his city. Then he heard something behind him. You thought you can kill me. I'm the devil. Seeing the truth. I still remember that day. It feels like it's been forever since then, though it couldn't have been more than a few months ago. The day I first laid eyes on that accursed book. There was a storm that night, and a heavy one too. I was sitting in my living room, enjoying a cup of tea, and watching the rain outside as the thunder cracked and the lightning split the night sky. The fire crackled in the background, spreading its warmth throughout the room. Suddenly, there came a knock at the front door. Wondering who it could be calling on me at such a late hour, and for what purpose. I slowly rose from my chair, walked to the front door and opened it. A man stood on the outside. No, man is not the right word to describe it. The thing that stood before me, he had the shape of a man, true, but there was something wrong about him. Something unsettling. He was about 6 feet tall, yet seemed taller, dressed in a long black hooded robe that fell over the top of his face and cast a shadow that obscured the rest of his features. "Who are you?" I asked nervously. "What do you want from me?" From the folds of his robe, he produced a small black book, bound in black leather, with some kind of strange writing on the cover. "Take this and see the truth," he said, before turning and calmly walking away. I closed the door shakily behind him. I didn't know why, but the strange man unnerved me. Looking down at the book, I found myself with an inexplicable desire to read it. So I brought it to my study and placed it on the desk. Upon closer inspection, the book seemed extremely old and worn, as if it could come apart at any moment. The writing was clearly some kind of ancient language, but it was like nothing I'd ever seen. I've spent my entire life studying this kind of thing, but the writing was completely new to me, almost as if it was from another world. The true strange thing about this book was the way it made me feel. Just looking at it induced a nigh irresistible desire to read it, yet at the same time I wanted to run away, to put as much distance between myself and it as I could. It seemed unnatural, like there was something deeply violating about its presence, and yet also deeply intriguing. As an academic, I felt it was my duty to unravel the mysteries of this text, so I took a moment to still myself before sitting down and opening the book. The first page had some writing that was inscribed on the cover, but as I looked, the most extraordinary thing happened. The strange writing rearranged itself into English right before my eyes. It showed the book's title, which simply read, "The Truth." There was no credited author and no other information, just "The Truth." All my reservations vanished. I had to know what was written in this book. I turned the page, and to this day I still regret my decision. The moment I laid eyes on the second page, I knew something was wrong. I heard strange, incomprehensible whispers that seemed to emanate from the very pages of the book, and felt a chill run down my spine at the sound of the voices. I found myself unable to look away, unable to stop reading. For hours I read against my will, the book describing such terrible things in such vivid detail as to make me physically sick. It spoke of ancient monsters, of horrors, and beings beyond the most terrible nightmares, of perversions of nature too gruesome and evil to speak of. With every word I read, the whispers grew louder, and by the end they were a deafening cacophony of screams in a language I could not understand. Finally, I reached the last chapter, and the voices were suddenly silenced. I still could not stop reading, however. This final section proved to be the worst. It described to me, in excruciating detail, the fate of those who read the book, and the ancient demon that guards its pages. I do not wish to recount such horrors myself. It would only damage your sanity and hasten my own inevitable demise. If it has not yet been sped close enough, suffice to say that I am tormented every night by the worst nightmares the mortal mind can produce. I may be safe for now, but upon my death, the book's guardian will claim my soul as his property for all time. Of course, the book did provide one positive outcome. I know the truth now. I understand the very nature of existence, the laws that govern reality itself. With this newfound knowledge, I have discovered a way to save my soul. During my lifetime, someone else reads the book, then I will be free. My immortal soul will be allowed to pass on to the next world after my death, and the new reader will take my place as the guardian's property. You may be wondering why I'm posting this online instead of just handing someone the book and hoping they read it. Simple, really. I already know it will work. I know that someone, somewhere, will read this and desire the truth for themselves. I know that person will seek me out, and that they will gladly accept the book. I know that person's fate too, but I won't spoil it for you. After all, you'll know for yourself soon enough. I'll be waiting. Redacted. File 23120518/71205. Watergate. Posted by Sucking God's Finger. Two men walk side by side through a brightly lit corridor, wearing black flight suits with nothing but a name tag on the front. Ronald and Raoul. Ronald, or Ron, was a tall Filipino man with short black hair that was slicked back and wore glasses. Raoul was a short Mexican guy with buzzed black hair and also wore glasses. Raoul was the new guy, and Ron was assigned to give him a tour of the facility. Others that were part of the organization passed by in both directions, following their own agenda as the two approached two metal doors. The metal doors parted down the middle and quickly slid open. Once the two were in arm's reach, Raoul scratched his head. That'll take some time to get used to. They walked through another corridor with doors spread throughout the passageway. Ron responded nonchalantly. Everything starts to seem normal if you make it the first couple of months. Raoul looked around at his surroundings and at the other employees walking by. So much for being a cop. Wait, make it the first couple of months? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Ron stopped in front of a doorway and started punching an elaborate code into the terminal next to it. This is my favourite part of the complex. Wait until you see this shit. Raoul went to interject that he was not to be ignored, but instead fell silent. Like the door, his mouth stayed open as Raoul's eyes fell on a massive room that appeared far bigger than the complex itself. The super warehouse-sized room had multiple levels that wrapped around the perimeter, with an elevator in each corner. Each level had countless blue portals that looked like giant puddles of water sitting on their sides. Each one was held in place under a stone archway, with employees of the organization going in and out of them. Most wore the same black flight suits as they retrieved an abundance of miscellaneous supplies or materials from each portal. Others were going into the portals in full battle gear, but varied by their unit expertise. Ron smiled at the sight of Raoul's amazement and said, "Behold, the bathhouse." Raoul was still in shock and stood in silence, so Ron continued, "Want a closer look?" Raoul finally responded by quietly nodding his head. Ron shook his head and patted him on the back of his shoulder. "Come on, I'll show you something cool." The two headed downstairs to the bottom level, and Ron stopped to give him a warning before pressing on. Do not touch anything. Do not stand too close to any of the portals. If you hear something calling for you to help them out from inside one of the portals, just ignore them. I tell you these things because if you do not listen to these rules, you're probably gonna die or get everyone killed. And I'm not trying to deal with that shit today. Got it? Raoul nodded his head in understanding and then continued on. Ron and Raoul walked between the walls of portals, with Raoul looking around at everything around them, all while Ron gave him the rundown on this specific project. Welcome to hashtags, also known as the bathhouse. This is where we are able to access any time, space or dimension we have an anchor to, thus giving us humans the ability to obtain the resources we need to keep humanity thriving. It allows us to aid other Earths for our Earth's personal gain. This is also what our units like Gamma Punch use to get where they need to go, when they need to go. But I'm sure you knew that. Ron's voice trailed off as Raoul started to fall behind. After focusing on a portal, he heard a commotion coming from. Shortly after, an employee in a black flight suit, who looked just like him, ran out of the portal screaming. They locked eyes as Raoul watched a massive, glistening teal arm shoot out from the portal behind the employee. The hand had 10 distended fingers that oozed pus from their tips. It closed around the employee's body and crushed them right before Raoul's eyes, leaving pus and viscera on the ground before it retracted back onto the portal. An alarm sounded over the portal archway, and Raoul sped up to catch up to Ron, who was still talking as if he never left. Raoul threw up in a trash can before looking over his shoulder to see a team in sleek red battle gear gather around the portal. They pressed a red button on the terminal next to the portal, and the stone archway broke apart, then reconstructed itself into an empty, rectangular doorway as the portal was no more. Raoul interrupted whatever Ron was saying. Time, space, and dimensions. Other Earths? Like, plural. Gamma Punch is the only thing that sounds familiar at this point. I don't even know who they are. All I know is that I'm selected for the team. No one said there was more than one. Ron responded without turning around. Well, I can see you don't care about lunch or break. That is all correct. Everyone is selected, so don't worry yourself. You're no one special. Ron gestured with his hand for Raoul to catch up, and that he did. Raoul walked beside him, speaking with annoyance and uncertainty. You say that so casually. I really don't think I'm cut out for this, Ron responded with a straight face. No one is cut out for what we do. Worry grew in Raoul's eyes. I thought you said I'll get used to it after the first couple of months. Ron nodded at a fellow employee walking by. Again, if you make it. The two walked up to a machine and stopped before it. It stood from floor to ceiling with terminals on each floor. Ron pressed a few buttons on the terminal in front of them, and a metal panel slid up, showing a child's kaleidoscope behind thick glass. It had wires attached to it that went up the insides of the machines and branched out to the many floors above. Raoul looked around to see if a prank was being played on him. What the hell is that supposed to... Ron interrupted him before he finished his question. Here we are, the infamous omnidirectional kaleidoscope. Raoul scoffed before speaking with a nervous tone. What? This has to be a joke. Ron spoke without taking his eyes off the terminal. Nothing here is a joke. This object was manufactured after extracting a vital organ from a multi-dimensional being that we have come to call the braid. It used it to open and anchor portals across all planes of existence without the rule of time. Raoul let out a nervous chuckle. Do you know how ridiculous this sounds? Ron gave him a blank stare before looking back at the terminal and started punching more keys. Well then, let me enlighten you on the mission that Team Gamma Punch had embarked on that changed the organization forever. Keep in mind, the former team leader is now the operations director for this division of the organization. Raoul's eyes grew wide. There's more places like this? Ron simply replied, yes, many. Ron pulled up a video on the terminal and told Raoul to watch it. The video showed a team of 4 sitting in the back of an armoured truck fitted with battle gear, with a redacted date in the upper left corner, followed by the time. The team's armour was lead-based that had blue cracks spread throughout the suit from the plasma holding it together. The plasma also kept the suit from completely breaking apart and repaired itself when damaged. Each member of the team was looking at a data tablet with a heavy black case around it, while a voice spoke from the speaker overhead. Arriving at the control zone in 10 miles. The video changed to show what the team is looking at on their data tablets, with a redacted date followed by the time in the top left corner. The first video shows a dingy truck driving in a desolate desert road with a flower sticking up from the asphalt from a clear satellite view. The truck approached the flower and instantly vanished. The next video showed a pedestrian who had pulled over to the side of the same road and got out to admire the flower. The pedestrian went to pluck it from the ground and disappeared on contact. The third video showed a bird approach the flower cautiously before attempting to pluck it from the stem, and the bird vanished as well. The data tablet showed another video titled Drone Footage with a redacted date followed by the time in the top left corner. The video started with the drone camera idling in front of the flower. A woman's voice was heard on the video. Today is redacted, approximately 15:06. This is our third attempt to contact with unknown anomaly via drone. The drone touched the flower and the video instantly cut out. The woman's voice spoke to the team within their headsets. As you can see, any object making contact with this unknown anomaly either completely wipes the object from existence or relocates it elsewhere. Team leader responded with the assumption that the relocated area has hostile inhabitants. Correct? The scientist answered while reciting the organization's motto, Precisely, team leader. May humanity thrive to see tomorrow's sunrise. Team leader recited the motto back. May humanity thrive to see tomorrow's sunrise. The video split into 4, showing the point of view for each team member. Team leader called for a comm check on the radio, and they all responded in unison, check. Team leader then gave his orders. You all saw the intel. We have another wild card on our hands, as those who are seasoned have seen. Green skin, you'll be on rails with me. Cellblazer, you're on the thrower, supernova. You know what to do. The team responded accordingly. Green skin, yes sir. Cellblazer, already on it coach. Lastly, supernova, you know it boss. The truck came to a halt and the team disembarked with their respected weapons. Team leader had a railgun with gamma-infused projectiles, like green skin and supernova, but he also carried a double-barrel sawed-off shotgun strapped to his upper thigh. Cellblazer stepped out the back of the truck with her trusty gamma thrower. She never left home without it. The team immediately began their last-minute preparations for the mission. Supernova turned to the back of the truck and opened up a compartment on the floor. He began putting pieces together, then placed them in one bag and put supplies in another, while team leader stood next to the truck, fastening a rope around his waist. Greenskin stared at the flower that was making the air ripple around it, then finally spoke up. I don't want to sound stupid, but what's a wild card? Didn't you read up on that? Cellblazer was the first to speak up. Well shit, I guess you're going to learn today. Supernova remembered what I was like being the new guy and chimed in. Oh geez, give the kid a break. Wild card. Don't know whether or not the abnormal disappearances are a result of relocation or deletion. So far we are 3 for 3. The 3 watched team leader step in front of the flower and crouch down to get a better look, then say, let's make that 4 for 4. Team leader stood up, attached to the railgun to a single point sling that hung from his chest, then touched the flower with his foot. The rest of the team's cameras watched him vanish on contact. Team leader's camera showed him traversing through a tunnel made of a series of colours. The camera could barely pick up on an image before he was spit out of a portal on the other side. Team leader fell about 10 feet onto his back and bounced off a metal object before falling on a fleshy ground. Team leader's visor adjusted as he quickly got to his feet with his railgun at the ready. While he observed his surroundings, he had fallen on a vehicle that was torn to shreds and was surrounded by other vehicles in a similar state. The chamber he was in was a dark purple cylinder that moved as if it was alive and went up further than he can see. Blue portals were spread throughout the walls of the chamber, the items and beings falling out from the majority of them, while others stayed dormant. Some seemed to be connected to our world, and others were not. Flea-like creatures with 8 pointed limbs, 2 clusters of eyes that curved around the front of their bean-shaped body and around the side, crowded around the more busy portal and picked apart whatever they could get to. Anything that looked organic Some fought but were easily overwhelmed, while others were too injured to fight if they weren't picked from the air on their way down. Once captured, the creatures would drag away the organic life forms to the centre of the chamber, where a massive tower of flesh stood, and burrow themselves into their victims, dead or alive. Team leader called over the comms, "I'm in," and waited for a response, but heard nothing. He scoffed. "Guess we're doing this the old-fashioned way." Then he tugged twice on the rope, letting the rest of the team know he made it safely. The team watched the tugging of the rope from the other side, and Greenskin was the first to go in. His legs trembled as he stood in front of the flower. Before Supernova got his attention, "Hey, bag boy." Greenskin turned around confused as Supernova threw him a supply bag, saying, "We're right behind you." One by one they touched the flower and traversed through the psychedelic tunnel into the fleshy chamber. They rendezvoused on Team Leader behind a box truck that was integrated into the wall of the discarded vehicles. Once they're on their feet, Cellblazer was the last to join as she called out over the comms, "All in." Team Leader called out for a Greenskin and Cellblazer to take point on both ends of the wreckage while he put together a plan with Supernova. The two used the debris to make a map of the chamber from which each of them saw on their way down. Once the plan was set, Greenskin and Cellblazer took turns swapping out with Supernova to take point so they could see what was put together before putting it into action. Team Leader unfastened the rope from his waist and tied it to the box truck before executing their plan, which was simple: find the host of the domain and blow it all to hell. The team stacked up to the left of the box truck behind discarded vehicles with Team Leader taking point. Then Supernova, Greenskin and Cellblazer in the back. Their lead battlesuits masked their scent and luckily blended in with the chamber, but that was under the assumption the creatures used those senses. The team tactically jumped from cover to cover as they made their way to the mass in the centre of the chamber. Supernova took point as Team Leader rushed behind some wreckage from another world, then turned back to the team to cover them. Supernova and Greenskin pointed their railguns above his head while Cellblazer watched behind them. Supernova pointed up with his front hand without taking his finger off the trigger, while one of the creatures cut into the wreckage behind Team Leader as it climbed on top of it. The creature looked around before crawling down and over Team Leader as if he wasn't there. A body fell from a portal a ways away, with the scream catching the creature's attention. It pointed its bean body at the cry and scurried off in that direction. Team Leader got back into position to provide cover as the rest of the team joined him behind a heap of wreckage close to the towering mass in the centre. Greenskin called over the comms, "Fuck, that was close." Cellblazer mocked him. "What? You forgot to get your pee-pee touched before you left?" Team Leader quickly cut the chatter. "Shut the fuck up and let's get this shit over with." Green and Cell take point this time. We'll jump cover and get rid of this structure in the middle that looks to be holding this domain together. After that, we'll circle back as planned. Got it? The team listened and responded in unison. Roger. The team watched for any sort of pattern as the creatures tore apart anything organic that dropped out of the portals, then took it back to the centre and burrowed themselves into it. Nothing came to mind, so they did what they did best: improvise. Team leader ran next to the mass in the middle as Supernova provided cover. Greenskin patted Supernova twice on the shoulder, signalling he was going to cover him. Then Supernova ran across to join team leader, who was now providing cover himself. Team leader scanned the area with his weapon ready, while Supernova crouched behind him, facing the fleshy structure. The other two watched the area from behind their cover, ready to engage. Supernova slowly pulled out a bomb with neon green smiley face on it and began to plant it on the structure. The creatures darted around them as if they weren't there and feasted on those who weren't as fortunate. Supernova and team leader froze as one of the creatures scurried over Supernova's head while he was getting the fuse ready. The fuse slipped from his hand and he simply just let it fall onto the ground to avoid any sudden movement. He crouched down to grab it as soon as the creature was out of sight. To his surprise, it was not there. Supernova called over the comms. Shit. The fuse disappeared. We need the bag. Team leader responded. Copy that. Hold tight. Then gestured with his hand for Greenskin to join them. Greenskin was nervously checking the supply bag, while team leader and Supernova provided cover from the flesh structure. Cellblazer tried to ease his nerves. You're up, Green Lips. Leave it to Supernova's butterfingers. Bet he dropped that shit or something. Greenskin gulped before stepping out from behind cover, struggling to pull off the supply bag, and held it in front of his hand while holding his railgun. He was making his way toward them and tripped on a piece of debris in transit, making him fall to the ground, spilling some of the contents inside. Supernova was annoyed. So fuck training, right? Team leader quickly reminded him. I remember when you were wet behind the ears. Almost blew my face off. Supernova chuckled. Touché. All while, Cellblazer shook her head. One of the spare fuses began to sink into the chamber, while the last one still sat inside the bag. A creature fell on top of Greenskin's legs from somewhere above. It moved its face back and forth, trying to get a scent, as Greenskin slowly reached out and pulled the bag to his chest. The creature prodded at his armour, as if he was some fallen debris, then proceeded to crawl over him, until one of its sharp legs punctured through the shoulder of his suit. The team watched with their still nerves as Greenskin looked up at team leader and Supernova and gave them a thumbs up with the fuse in hand. The creature lifted its limb from inside of Greenskin and blood began to pour out before the suit could mend the damage. Catching its attention, Greenskin pushed up with one hand and threw the charge at Supernova with the other hand. The creature was confused and thrown off balance when he did so. Supernova put the fuse and activated the bomb. As the creature let out a wail, Cellblazer pulled the trigger and let loose the cleansing green gamma flame all over Greenskin, while she laughed manically. Burn! I'll roast all of you motherfuckers. One of the creatures climbed over the wreckage. She was taking cover behind, and team leader opened fire on it with his railgun, leaving charred green holes in its body before it fell to the ground. Supernova joked, saying, "And you wonder why I don't touch the apple juice?" Team leader agreed. "Fair enough, let's go." The two made their way back to the team while firing at the swarms of creatures as they came. A beam of bright blue light shot down from overhead and covered Greenskin as he was getting to his feet. The team's visors adjusted to the light so they can continue to provide cover fire. Greenskin could feel his suit collapsing on himself as he reached out his hand for team leader. Cellblazer slung her gamma thrower around her back and grabbed Greenskin by the ankle while shielding her face with the other. She could feel the pressure around her arm as Greenskin exploded right in front of her, making her fall back, covered in viscera. Cellblazer looked at her crushed left arm, then up at where the blue beam came from. It came from the fleshy tower in the middle of the chamber. It was a massive purple being that had a giant blue eye. It was an entity they came to call the Braid. More creatures surfaced from the Braid's body as countless tendrils lashed out from the sides. The space under its eye began to stretch until it tore open as it let out a blood-curdling roar. Team leader looked up and said one word: "Shit." He slapped his hand against Supernova's shoulder and pressed forward while opening fire on the swarm. Supernova ran past Cellblazer and continued to provide cover fire as team leader helped her up by her good arm. "He's done. How's the arm?" Cellblazer looked down at her arm as her battlesuit mended itself and held her crushed bones in place. "Broke, but not useless. I was not ready for that though." Cellblazer pulled her gamma thrower around and secured the barrel to the battlesuit of a damaged forearm and locked it in place. The three made their way back to the portal, with team leader in front, Supernova in the middle, and Cellblazer in the back, sending out an ocean of green flames at the swarm behind them. The creatures were stopped in their tracks as they melted like butter, while the Braid whipped its tendrils wildly at anything that moved. Team leader and Supernova laid waste to anything that approached from the front as they used the wreckage to shield themselves from the Braid lashing out. The Braid's eye began to glow blue, and team leader called over to the comms to get down as it passed overhead. The team made it to the box truck in front of their portal and bunkered down, while team leader yelling over the comms, "Let's go, injured, go up first, give me that shit." Cellblazer didn't hear him as she was inflamed by bloodlust while she melted anything that approached. Team leader handed her the rope while covering the left side. "Can you climb?" Cellblazer answered while handing team leader her gamma thrower. "Do I look like a bitch?" Supernova was covering the right while he chimed in. "I suggest you don't answer that. Hey boss, we have a non-hostile running our way. Engage." A humanoid being from another world was running in their direction, yelling in a language they've never heard. The being made its way around the wreckage, only to get whipped in half by one of the Braid's tendrils. "Scratch that. Cell up." Cellblazer only made it a quarter of the way up the rope, using one hand and her feet, and Supernova began to get overrun by the swarm, while Team Leader held his side with his railgun in one hand and the gamma thrower in the other, but both were getting pushed back to the wall. A blue beam touched down and made its way in their direction, with Team Leader yelling out, "It's coming!" Team Leader looked back to see Supernova almost pushed against the wall and the beam heading straight for Cellblazer. "Get down!" Team Leader called out to Cellblazer. As she looked back over her shoulder, Cellblazer closed her eyes and spoke her last words. "May humanity thrive to see tomorrow's sunrise." The blue beam covered her body, and she exploded above them and showered them with her entrails, while the rope fell to the ground. Supernova was finally pushed against the wall. He was holding one of the creature's limbs back from impaling him while firing into its body with his railgun. Team Leader made his way to Supernova, using the gamma thrower to keep the sea of creatures off himself, and his railgun to shoot at creatures swarming Supernova. Everyone killed was replaced by another, as Supernova was quickly overwhelmed. One of the creatures drove one of its pointed limbs into his side and slung him into the swarm. Team Leader used the gamma thrower to douse the creatures covering Supernova in green flame until they were no more. Team Leader grabbed Supernova, ravaged body that was clinching the detonator, and laid under him. He held Supernova's hand in his and pressed the detonator with his thumb as everything went white. The Team Leader came to with Supernova still on top of him. He pushed his companion's body off to the side and sat up to assess the damage. Whatever remained of Supernova's body was charred within his severely damaged battlesuit, as well as whatever creatures laid next to him. Team Leader scanned the area to see the walls falling apart like charred meat, still holding on to the green flames and leaving a void of rippling reality behind them. Creatures and beings that have survived the initial blast were engulfed in the green flames as they struggled for life, while all their portals flickered out of existence in groups. The braid was no longer attached to the ground. The remaining mass laid on its side, and its entrails burned to the point of cauterization. As it grasps for life, Team Leader could see half of his face melting off of exposed bone from the reflection of his damaged visor. With his remaining good eye, he looked down at his power suit to see that it was badly damaged. Some of his flesh bubbled through the cracks of his suit, so when the suit mended itself, it fused to it. Team Leader got to his feet and walked through the crumbling domain towards the braid, who laid in the middle. Most of the wreckage was completely obliterated, while those made by other beings remained intact, but were in ruin nonetheless. The braid watched his every movement with its massive blue eye. It struggled to lash out with its tendrils that fell apart as quickly as it was able to lift them. Team Leader stood face to face with the braid, reached for his sidearm that was melted against the thigh of his suit. The braid's eye began to glow, charging up to wipe its intruder from existence. Team Leader grabbed a hold of the eye with both hands, placed his foot underneath, and pried it from the socket with the nerves and unknown organs still intact. The braid went limp as he held the eyeball in one hand and the cluster of nerves and organs in the other. He started messing with the unknown organs, and the eyeball began to glow blue. Team leader pointed the eye at the wall of the crumbling domain and gave the organ in hand a squeeze, making a portal of his own. Team leader stepped forward through the portal, and the video ended with a portrait of a helmetless, clean-shaved and smiling team leader himself, with the title Operations Director underneath. Ron closed out the video, and it only took him 60 years of his time to get back. Raoul shot his head in Ron's direction. That's pretty... Wait, 60 years? How does that even work? Plus his face looks fine. That can't be the same guy. Ron began to walk away with Raoul following behind him, confused as ever. Remember, space, time and dimensions. Fortunately, he met some smart things along the way that happened to help him out or experiment on him to see what would happen along his way. Shit, we wouldn't have obtained the footage or the technology if he died with the rest of the team. Raoul was trying to process the knowledge and nervously asked, "And you're saying this can literally happen to any of us?" Ron ignored his question. "Anyway, you want to know the best part? The director made it back to our dimension in redacted during that whole scandal thing. Crazy, huh?" Raoul scoffed in annoyance from being ignored again. "I mean, I guess that makes sense. And he just waited to make it back to our time." Ron shook his head before responding. "Nope. That's what that machine was made for. It's launch time. So no more talking about work." Raoul unknowingly stopped in front of a portal, annoyed more than ever. As Ron kept walking, he opened his mouth to interject, but before he could say anything, a web shot out of the portal he was in front of that covered his body. Raoul screamed for Ron, but he just threw up his hand and said, "Lunchtime. Hope to see you at work first thing in the morning." The Hunger Zombie. Posted by Bloody Spaghetti. Once again, thanks to everyone for the get well wishes. I've fully recovered since the panda debacle, and I've undertaken a few other hunts since. Life's been certainly less monochrome since. I've come to appreciate the company of others and had the displeasure of handling a new kind of monster. A zombie of sorts. A hunger zombie. Now, I know what I've said before. Not everything is a zombie, and despite its name, neither is this one. Turns out, there's a good reason vampires refuse to drink from shifters. Vampires seldom drink from shifters, and while shifters don't discriminate between humans and vampires, my good buddy Benny Fontenot explained it all to me when we met. It's a funny story. Benny's a vampire, and he's a good buddy of mine. Get it? I'm a hunter and he's a monster. We're supposed to kill each other, but we get on pretty well. I'd say he's It's been providing me with some exquisite jobs. While shifters have families and clans, they stay away from the general human population. Vampires blend in. Now, I met Benny a year ago when I decided to get away from everything. I went south to my lakeside cottage. Don't be shocked. I'm pretty sure I've said it before. Hunting things that eat humans pay off rather well. I don't live large. Even so, I can afford a decent living. It's the thrill and the so-called duty. To be quite honest, I've never liked people that much, and I know little about anything other than to shoot things. So I won't retire as long as my body feels right. I was sitting by the lake, staring at the water, enjoying the fresh summer air, without much thought, completely lost in the serenity of it all, when a rough voice called out to me, "Crow, you must be Samuel Crow." Turning around, I saw a tall man about my age, well built, dressed like a farmer, with a red beard, smirking at me. "Yeah, and who might you be?" I questioned. "Benjamin Fontenot." The man smiled. A set of fangs flashed at me from behind his curled lips. "A vampire, a fucking vampire, found me in my secret retreat. Nothing good could come out of that encounter, or so I thought. A tooth fairy, huh? Come looking for revenge or a reward placed on my head?" I questioned the bloodsucker, maintaining my composure as I slowly got up to my feet. "Huh, nothing like that, brother. I need your help, actually," the creature remarked, extending his hand. "I'm not any parasite, brother. Why'd I bother helping you? It's pretty strange that a vampire would come to seek help from a man who hunts his kind. Sounds like you've planned a trap for me." "Well, pal, it won't work," I retorted aggressively, knowing all too well I couldn't really kill the vampire with my bare hands. They're simply too strong for that. I was confident I could beat it enough to make it back inside and grab a gun to blast its head off. The creature lowered its arm and offered an explanation. I let him talk, trying to come up with a plan on how to take him to the ground before I bolted past it towards my stash of magic tools. "Well, you're a legendary hunter in some circles. That means you're fantastic at what you do. Now, I can't confirm anything about that. I've never come across you or your work in person. But hey, even the elders dread you," he said. "Flattery won't get you far, Tooth Fairy. Why'd you seek me out specifically?" "Talk fast," I said, still scanning my options with this animal. "You're a superb hunter, or so I've heard, and you don't kill for sport, and we've got a problem," he said, pointing at himself and at me. "We? What do you mean, we got a problem? I ain't the one running out of food or anything." "Oh, there's a Wendigo out there, and it's going to kill a bunch of my brood, and then probably..." I cut him off. "And how are a bunch of dead vamps my problem?" "Well, you see, the Wendigo won't stop with my brood. It'll probably pick up a taste for humans and end up killing a few of your precious friends too," he remarked. don't have many, so not an issue. If it starts eating humans, I'll bag it. Until then, your problem, whatever that Wendigo is, I said, not knowing at the time that Wendigos are what the vamps call a vampire who has drink from a shifter and became an uncontrollable monster driven solely by an insatiable hunger. Oh, you don't know what a Wendigo is? The vampire questioned. Well, that's because we've been keeping them non-existent for the most part. Yeah, thought so. They're just a legendary hunger spirit of the natives, aren't they? Not quite. They're what happens when one of us drinks from a shapeshifter. They become mindless, zombified monstrosities, driven solely by a pang of hunger for an end. Incredibly violent, incredibly dangerous, and could probably tear through an entire platoon of vampires or shapeshifters if it wanted to. It's literally almost unstoppable. That's why I came asking for your help. You're good at putting down freaks of nature, as your kind says, the vampire explained. Well, should have called the corpse shaggers then, if it's a zombie, I quipped. He said he's tried that, and the results were horrendous. 2 dead in his brood. Most of the necrophiles butchered. One arrogant necroshagger who smelled like an absolute shit and had way too much hair for a human pissed himself and ran away at the sight of the Wendigo. The description sounded familiar, and the entire story quite amused me, so I thought about it for a moment and questioned, what's in it for me, Tooth Fairy? I decided to play along, thinking I might just as well bag a whole brood of vampires if he's lying. I'll pay you if that's how you handle your business, or I might give you tabs on future vampires, whereabouts, and the like. He responded, once again smiling that toothy smile of his. Willing to sacrifice your own kind, how can I trust you? I questioned, genuinely concerned with his willingness to just give up info on his own kind. I had no idea he'd be so honest at the time, and I was almost entirely convinced he was going to try to make me into bat food. But I ended up realizing he and I are a lot alike. I don't like it when kids cause troubles, because these kinds of troubles cost us lives, precious lives, he said. But you can only trust your gut, Hunter. So, are you in or not? He extended his hand again. I shook it and told him I'm in. After that, I told him to stay put while I get my gear and car. Obviously, I would not follow him on foot, as he bounced around on all fours like a gigantic cat. Vampires, for those of you still unfamiliar, are just another type of human. Wherever there are animals, there are parasites adapted to prey on these animals. Vampires are the perfect parasite to latch onto humans. They look like us, mostly live like us, and they can even eat like us. But they need blood to sustain themselves. Some sort of a weird mechanic in their evolution drove them there. The upside, superhuman senses and cat-like agility and enhanced strength. Granted, nothing too insane, just the top conditioning of an Olympic athlete kind of ability. something to do with the lower hemoglobin count. They also heal like super soldiers. Anyhow, I'm getting into the boring details. I packed up my toys, and Benny was still where I left him, a true man of his word. I remember calling out to him as I was about to start the car, placing a shotgun beside me. I watched him pace towards me. Something almost human glistened in his eyes. Almost. We sat in the car and I asked him where we were going. He told me about some place in Texas where his brood was staying. I told him that if he'd make a single wrong step, his head would be turned into paste. He was fine with that. As we drove, I asked him about this Wendigo thing roaming about on his turf. He said a kid named Mark, a younger vamp, thrown out by his family. Yeah, they're not really infectious either, but as I've mentioned before, some families are fucked. Anyway, Mark was directionless until Benny's patriarch found him. Took him, and that was that for a bit. Turns out they had a symbiotic relationship with a shifter, but Mark one day decided he didn't like having sloppy seconds from a shifter and ended up drinking from the fur bag itself. Fucked him up really badly, and being a rebel outcast, he ran off into the wilderness. Later he came back as a hairy, giant-sized version of himself that looked like it hadn't eaten in a century or so and had horns. Tore through a few vamps and disappeared into the wilderness again. Benny said they couldn't do much to bag the beast because their patriarch told them to leave it alone. Fuck knows why he did it. The old man is apparently a weird-ass Dracula type of vampire. Anyway, the ride was quite eventful. I almost forgot I had a vampire in the passenger seat. By the time we arrived, after a couple of detours and a food stop, it was night time. As for the food stop, I said they can eat human food. It just doesn't sustain or harm them. It goes straight to the shitter. When we arrived, the brood was on high alert, seemingly awaiting the beast to emerge. Imagine the shock on their faces when I came out of the car alongside Benny. Holy shit, that was something. I was really struggling not to laugh at the stream of bitching and moaning that flowed our way. These tooth fairies weren't happy to see me, and to be honest, I didn't enjoy seeing them either. Not that it mattered. The atmosphere seemed to freeze once we heard the dry shriek travel across the air. Imagine a black metal musician with sandpaper in their throat attempting to imitate a moose call. That's the sound it let out. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Nothing made me feel this way in a while. Almost a pleasant change. It proved to be a sick hunt though. Getting ahead of myself, Benny put all of the other vamps in their place and started instructing them, as I made the dumbest choice of my life, to hand out these fanged bastards weapons. The hunger zombie was bellowing and screeching with each call-in getting closer than the previous. We decided that the vamps would try to slow it down like a pack of wolves while I wait for it to tire out and blast its brains out. That was the plan until I finally saw the god-damned abomination. Holy fuck, a creature. It was probably 8 feet long as it charged at us, a parody of emaciated human covered in awkwardly coloured fur, elongated face, almost too small to contain its massive humanoid jaws and horns. Fucking horns. Seeing that fuck put me on edge for sure. Heck, I was ready to get my ass kicked before I could put that thing down. And that's pretty much what happened. These vamps, whose names I never bothered to remember, charged the thing, attempting to bite and claw into it, but the fucker just shrugged them off, dragging them on top of its skeletal frame. That thing was way stronger than it had the right to be. A few more tried piling up on top of the fucker before it reached me, but it tossed them off like they were nothing. The beast then charged at me. I just stood there for a few moments while the demon simply captivated me with its vile purity. Admittedly, seeing a Wendigo for the first time, I was both excited and a bit afraid. 20-something years of hunting creatures, I've never seen something so dead and yet alive. I've no shame in admitting my fear of the creature. I shot, but it moved too quickly. The bullet only grazed its face. The beast gored me. If it wasn't for its horns, the stench of that ugly fuck was probably going to send me flying anyway. Holy hell, it smelled like Satan's wet ballsack. I landed hard on the ground and everything went a bit blurry for a few moments. When my vision cleared, I was trying to get back up, but the visual of the creature tearing the head off one vamp with its jaws momentarily paralysed me with sheer amazement. As blood flew all over the beast's gaze, turned to me, discarding the vampire's remains, it pounced on me. Fear and adrenaline froze time for just a second. That's all I needed. I was lucky enough to land right by my shotgun. Without even aiming, I blasted a hole through the fucker. It slumped immobile on the ground right by me. I knew it wasn't dead just yet, so I yelled at the vamps to unload the ammunition into the beast. Nearly fucked up my hearing with all that gunfire. Blood and bits of fur flew all around me as the creature's body convulsed and shook under the barrage of bullets piercing its form. I took a few steps, yelling at them to hold their fire. Took me a few seconds to get them to stop. Fucking idiots. Walking closer to the fallen creature, I reloaded my shotgun, but as I was aiming at the top of its skull, the fucker grabbed me and pulled me down with such force, I actually nearly dropped my gun. The next thing I know, I see a gremlin's mouth closing in on my leg. It had hurt badly, like having a bunch of little cleavers piercing your flesh. Jesus, it hurt so fucking bad. I was fucking livid as I unloaded everything I had into that fucker. Bits of skull and brain matter coated me, and the beast fell dead. The pain wasn't going anywhere, but at least I could get my leg out from that maw. Attempting to stand up, I felt something tackling me down. One vamp pounced on me. My gun fell away from me. My chest was hurting, my leg fucked up, and my head screaming. All I saw was a rabid bitch on top of me, jaws almost unhinged, ready to tear my throat out. At that moment, I was hurting too badly and too tired to think about anything negative, so I was about to resign from my fate. The next thing I know, she's thrown off me, landing on the ground with a sickening thump. I look up and I see Benny standing beside me. My vision was spinning, my hearing fucked, and I felt nauseous and drained. I watched helplessly as Benny cut his way through the vampire bitch. I guess his buddies didn't like that, so they tried to kill him. Well, whatever 3 or 4 of them that remained, somehow the fucker put them all down. Some of the most beautiful knife swing dancing I've seen in my life. I laid there, giving in to the urge to throw up, soiling the soil right by one of the severed vampire heads. When I was done throwing up, I rolled onto my back and Benny stood right above me, his machete pointed at me, that toothy grin stretched all over his bloodied face. I thought, I'm going to be next. And the clarity of mind made it somewhat harder to accept, but he dropped the knife and outstretched his hand. Fucker saved my life. Thanks, brother, I said as he pulled me up to my feet. I thought you ain't no tooth fairy's brother, Sam, he quipped. You're no ordinary tooth fairy, Benny, I retorted. That was the first time I called him Benny. He said nobody had called him that in years, and we had a laugh about that. He patched me up and sent me on my merry way. Paid off course too. Now he calls me up every now and again, either to share some info or to go hunting together. He doesn't care if it's a vamp, a shifter, or any other type of monster out there. That's why I said that we're both alike. We don't really like our kinds, and we both like bagging things. No matter how hard, we'll deny that. I guess that's what makes us monsters, not the fangs, the claws, or even eating people. The joy we derive from putting things down marks us up as fucked up individuals. Well, this is getting depressing. Crow, out. My experience with a demonically possessed Pokemon game, Pokemon Hellfire, posted by FaZe Bayonet 3. No one will believe this, as it's been done many times with creepypastas before, but to at least get it some attention, I've written it as a creepypasta. But what I say in this will be no work of fiction. I believe I played the Pokemon game made by Satan himself. Let me explain. I've been a Pokemon fan since Generation 4. Not my favourite games, but I do play them every once in a while. My favourite is Gen 5. And last week I went on eBay to, check if there was any Pokemon merchandise I could get for cheap, since at any store it'd be at least $60. I searched up everything I could think of. Pokemon games, Pokemon plush toys, Funko Pops, action figures, amiibos, anything, but nothing was below $30. But I didn't give up, as if I want something, I will try my hardest, even looking through the same list 100 times to find what I want. I finally found one that was surprisingly cheap, $3 in fact. The description stated, and I quote, "Anyone who wants this game, take it. I just need to get this thing the hell away from me. It's filled with unethical practices, monsters attack you, and even worse stuff." So, anyone who wants to burn the game in the fire it came from, and as cliche as it might sound, I honestly didn't think much more than, great, another person that thinks Pokemon is evil. Anyway, I'm getting off topic, but this game was Black version, my favourite game of Gen 5, so I bought it, like I said, not believing it had anything like it said in the description. But oh man, I'll never be more wrong in my life. I boot up the game and play till I can pick my starter, Tepic of course, and it's my favourite. After this it said I obtained Lucy, a level 5 Gardevoir. A freaking ROM back. Why the hell would you sell a ROM hack? eBay isn't that illegal. Course of Nintendo. Don't get me wrong, I love ROM hacks. I was just pissed I paid real money to get it. I played through perfectly normal, which surprises, since ROM hacks never leave this much of a game untouched. I got to the first gym, and that's when things got weird. I finished the puzzle and fought Lenora, but when she sent out her watchdog, a faint growl come out of the speaker, and Lucy used an attack called Soul Burn. Of course, this both scared and confused me, but at this point I actually didn't remember this was a ROM hack till that happened. Don't ask how I didn't know with a Gardevoir in my party. I don't know how, but this killed her. Killed Watchog has been sent to hell. At this point I thought about turning off the game, cause I'm not a big fan of these darker ROM hacks, but something just compelled me to keep going, and so I did everything would stay normal for most of the game, only sending a Pokemon to hell after a gym leader sent out their last Pokemon. But at the 5th gym, Lucy came out of her Pokeball, and it amazed me as I didn't know that you could add follow Pokemon to a Gen 5 ROM hack. But instead of letting me walk around, a text box came up. Lucy wants you to give her something. Will you? I chose no, but I didn't know what it wanted. But not even a minute later, it came up again, this time more demanding sounding than before. Will you give Lucy what she wants from you? I said no this time, because I don't listen to demanding sounding questions like this in games, and it did stop for a few minutes, but after that time, will you give Lucy what she wants from you? This time, the no option was gone, so I pressed yes with no other option. This was a horrible idea, and I can't emphasize this enough. Turns out, the thing Lucy wanted was the player's soul, and through the rest of the game, even up to the Elite Four, everyone had different dialogue like, "Are you feeling okay? What are you?" But after the Elite Four, a post-game story came up. It was called Lucy's Origin. The world changed from universe normal design to rough terrain with lava everywhere. All I could do was walk a straight path, and then I got to the end. A winged creature came down and greeted me. Hello, Hilbert. Or should I say, Blake. Okay, how does this game know my real name? It's not like it's connected to my computer or something where it could use information from there. So how? The shadows around it faded, and it showed it was Lucy, the garde voir. I've played with the whole game. You finally beat the game. Perfect. The last player's mortal body got a bit boring after a while, so I placed a curse on this, where only someone looking really hard for it would find this game, and you found it. I want your soul. I pressed no, but again, I want your soul. Again, I pressed no. I want your soul. This time it chose yes by itself. Great. Everything went black, and then I woke up. I heard my wife talking to someone about that game, and she sounded extremely worried. I asked her what she was so worried about, and turns out, Lucy, which I'm only realising now as I write this, stands for Lucifer. So that garde voir was the devil itself. Lucy didn't get my soul, as the 3DS short-circuited seconds before they could get my soul, and it burned my entire room down, but only my room. So after I'd learned that, I posted it on eBay for free and put in the description, first person that wants to take it away from me to have it. The scratches. Hey man, where you been? Asked George. He's one of my friends. Teacher forgot about lunch, apparently, I said. My name is Logan, by the way. I sat down with my tray. At the circle table was my friends. George, Leo, Alex and Dylan. We're all juniors in high school. We live in Columbus, Ohio. We're pretty nice to each other. We always stick up for one another whenever we're faced with adversity. I don't know what I'd ever do without these guys. Actually, since we're such good friends and feel perfectly safe when around one another, we'd find ourselves doing silly little rituals, you know, like the Bloody Mary thing. Before any of us could ever finish saying her name 3 times, one of us would end up screaming loudly and giving the rest of the group a heart attack. We'd also find ourselves reading up on strange mysteries and legends, just so we could have something fun to do. We'd go to the library after we got done eating our lunch and go to the fiction section and read up on the legends that society deemed as hoaxes. With the short amount of time that we'd had, we skimmed through the pages of different books and tried to take in as much information as possible. We only do this once every couple of days. We'd planned to do it again today. We all ate our food as quickly as we could and hoped that no problems would occur from that. We'd wait on everyone else to finish and then we'd head off down to the library. When we got down there, we immediately flocked towards the fiction section and tried to look for a book that we haven't read yet. Rather quickly, I found a book called the scratches. I called my friends over to have them take a look at it, and they seemed quite intrigued. We all gathered around the table and began to skim through the pages. We came across some interesting things. We read that the creature was once a man, and he had a strange obsession with his own body that seemed a bit odd to us. Even odder was the fact that the book didn't give many details on the appearance of the creature. It just told us its origin and what happened to it. And that was it. Just before we were about to close the book and call this a failure, I found something on the next page. It said the man loved to hear his wife play a very specific song on the piano, one that his wife created on her own. The man was always drawn to its unorthodox melody and would immediately go to the piano and immerse himself in the sound. It said the song went from happy to moderately eerie and back to happy. It also said that for the most part the sheets to the song were missing, but they were recovered and a picture was taken of them before time got rid of it. It was only a couple of lines. "You're a piano player, right, Logan?" Dylan asked. "Yeah, I should be able to play this with ease," I responded. "Maybe the creepy man will come for you and then demand for kisses," Leo exclaimed. We all laughed. Leo was always the comedian of the group. I took a quick picture of the recovered sheets. I read on a little bit more and found out that when his wife died, he was trying to create a gas that would be forced into her body, and it would travel through her and hopefully restore whatever had gone wrong. But unfortunately for him, the gas escaped the jar that it was contained in, and it ended up being a complete failure and transforming him into a schizophrenic and careless man. That is, with anything else that happened to him in his life. He was never seen again. Bit cliche of an ending, yeah, but it was still really strange. Well, we ought to try this then. You guys want to come to my house tonight around 10:30? My parents aren't going to be home at that time. Everyone agreed at the time. I closed the book, returned it to its location and headed back to class. For the rest of the day, I kept on thinking about the scratches. Such an interesting tale. After I returned home, I got my phone out and opened up the picture I snapped while in the library. I contemplated playing the song at that very moment, with the sun nice and bright in the sky, and while my parents were still in the house. I decided against this. However, I did choose to play a couple of notes from it. I set my phone down in front of me on my grand piano, which was very old, by the way. I'm surprised it still sounds perfectly fine. And looked over the sheet. It took me a couple of minutes to prepare myself, but once I had enough of it memorized, I began to play, slowly. The first 5 notes were rather unsettling. They didn't seem to fit in any melody that could be created, but yet it was still mesmerizing. I felt so intrigued by the melody that I kept on playing. But before I could play the entire thing, I snapped back to reality and stopped myself from playing the next notes. At that same moment, my dad walked by and asked me, "Where the devil did you learn that?" "You know, from a little fiction book I found at the library," I responded. Just wanted to see what it would sound like. Sounds like some demented psycho's lullaby. I chuckled a bit at my dad's remark. I then waited for my parents to finally leave. I forgot to mention beforehand that my parents are actually looking for better jobs right now. Their current jobs don't pay too well. I said goodbye to my parents for the night, and when they left the house and I saw their car drive away, I immediately began to call all of my friends and told them to meet me at my house as soon as possible. My friends arrived quickly. When we're about to do some sort of ritual, they drive here as quickly as they can. I sometimes wonder if they'll get a ticket for driving so fast at some point. They soon arrived at around 10:30 p.m. When the darkness is at its optimum point, I told my friends to wait at the lobby as I turned off all the lights in the house, except for the lamp next to my piano. I told them it adds to the fear. When I finally came back to the lobby of my house, I saw that Leo's ecstatic smile had turned into a nervous one. Leo was a very funny guy, but got quite nervous whenever we'd do these things. Sometimes we worry if he'll suffer a heart attack at some point. We walked over to my piano and gathered around the small light that my lamp provided. I turned on my phone and looked at the sheet again. I told them to get ready to hear the most demented melody in the world. I put my hands upon the piano and played the song. Even though I couldn't see their faces, I could hear some of my friends' breathing patterns becoming faster, especially Leo's. I kept playing the melody. By now my own heart was beginning to pound harder and faster. I was getting a bit nervous myself. I could also feel my hands beginning to tremble. When I hit the last note, we stood in dark silence. I knew that all of us expected someone to jump out and scare us all, but no one ever did. Yeesh, this was a waste of time, Dylan said. I'm gonna get a Coke. Dylan walked out of the room and into the kitchen nearby. He turned on the lights in the kitchen. The rest of us stayed in the same room as my piano and just talked about what this could have turned out to be, or maybe why nothing happened. We came up with logical explanations, such as the sound coming from the piano was nowhere near loud enough to attract anything, and how the chances of the man in the book being near this location were so microscopically low. As we continued to argue about different explanations, we heard Dylan gasp very loudly and heard his Coke can drop into the sink. I immediately stood up and quickly walked over to him to see what was going on. With a trembling hand and nothing but noises from his mouth, he pointed through the window down the road. What I saw made my heart stop. I saw a tall, silhouetted figure slowly making his way down the road to us. I saw a big chunk of black in the middle, and on the sides I saw figures of arms and long thin strips that stretched down to the ground from his hands. I had no idea what I was looking at. Then I realised how close it was. It was only about 15 meters away. "Oh shit," I exclaimed. "Turn off the damn lights. Turn them off now." "Why the hell would we?" George protested. "Turn off the goddamn lights." George instantly turned them off. Dylan was still trembling in fear. I grabbed him and pulled him down so he wasn't in vision of the window. I told George, Leo and Alex to gather round and try not to panic. I was originally going to call the police, but then I realised something horrifying. My cell phone is on the grand piano, which is near a window, and through that window the thing could see us. I also realised the kitchen phone is on the wall and it's in the view of the window. I was too nervous now. We all sat with our backs to the drawers and listened to our fast breathing. Patterns fill the deafening silence. A couple of minutes passed. Our breathing was still fast and loud, but not as much as before. We were finally beginning to relax. But then we began to hear a slow and terrifying squeak, squeak, squeak against the door to my house. We all panicked. We knew that the creature was outside the door, and now it was trying to make its way in. This seemed like the end for us. We all shook uncontrollably against the cabinets. We had no idea what we were going to do. We were hearing that dreadful scratching against the door in the middle of the night. It was one of those moments where you question reality. I mean, it was incomprehensible as to what was happening right now. In a moment of weakness, we all put our heads down and cupped our legs together and held ourselves tight. Nothing to do now. The scratching persisted for a while, then suddenly it stopped. The last scratch ended up being a long squeak, and then cutting off completely. We began to calm down a little bit. No one sat up or said anything. We worried that the monster may still be there. Then somehow I gathered the courage to slowly stand up and walk to the door. My friends stayed clutching themselves and shaking and didn't bother to look up at me. I stood on my tiptoes until I had a good view from the windows in the door. I didn't see anything. I looked to the left and then to the right. Nothing there. I let out a potentially premature sigh, but I was just happy not to see or hear it anymore. I told my friends that the creature was gone, injecting them with blind hope that I had. They stopped clenching themselves and got up. I could see by their expressions that they had just endured the most terrifying moment of their lives. We could all see it in all of our faces. I offered them a stay at my house for the night up in my bedroom if they wished. None of them wanted to stay, and I understood. Strange at the same time though, as the monster could be lurking around the neighbourhood somewhere. I might catch them. God, I've never felt more like a child. I waved to my friends and said goodbye as they staggered out the door. I stood in my doorway and made sure that they all left without any trouble. Luckily, they all did. With a small sense of dread, I went upstairs and went to sleep. I was haunted by thoughts of what just happened, including a nightmare. It was a horrible, horrible night. I was able to rest somewhat easy. That night, lucky for me, I rarely remember my dreams, so I did not endure one about that demon. Tomorrow felt so dead. When I walked into the commons and saw everyone talking with their friends and having the time of their lives, I couldn't help but feel alone. My friends weren't in the commons like they normally would be. They may have headed right to class and could be sitting in their chairs just thinking about what happened last night. I decided to do that. I at least tried to casually walk to my first period English class. It was hard because I knew that I had a melancholic expression on my face, frozen like that. I could see in my peripheral vision people looking at me with an odd look. I didn't bother with them. The rest of the day was depressing. Everyone else was laughing with the teachers and having a good old time, as usual, but I was just sitting there, depressingly doing the work that the teachers assigned us. When lunch rolled around, I entered the room and saw my friends, huddled in a group near the front of the line. They saw me enter the room and held a stare for at least 5 seconds. They slowly turned their heads away from me. I could tell that they didn't want to talk much, but I walked over to them anyway. They turned around to look at me again, and looked away once again. We got our food and sat down at one of the round tables in the corner of the cafeteria. We ate in silence as everyone else proceeded to laugh and socialise. I could tell that people were staring at us, having our backs hunched forward and our emotionless faces. I decided to speak up. "So, we're going to talk about last night?" I said in a weak tone. I saw Leo and Dylan shiver. Alex and George just looked at me with a gloomy face. George was the first to respond. "We're still a bit messed up from the experience," he said. I heard a small whimpering voice from the other side of the table. It was Leo's. "Why did we even do that? I know we like to do these things, but we've never actually had anything bad happen to us," Leo said. "We could have died there. The scratches. Oh God, no, the scratches. Did I tell you guys about what I found this morning?" We were all intrigued. We said no, and Leo told us about his experience. "Well, when I woke up, a small part of my bed felt slightly wet for some reason. I lifted myself off my bed and saw a small area of the blue covers was darker than the rest of the bed. Then I realised that my neck felt a bit wet too. I put my hand against it and I felt a sharp pain there. I rushed over to the bathroom, turned myself around and strained to see what was on my neck. I saw these small scratches of red going down my neck. In fact, if you look right now, you should still see them." George was sitting right beside Leo, so he decided to take a look. "Oh my God," George exclaimed. I could see the fear grow in his eyes. "Leo, that's horrifying." "Yeah, I know," Leo responded in a dark tone. "Leo, why do you sound so calm? I mean, scared, but just not panicking. I'm pretty sure that this is how I'm going to die. Might as well not try to fight it." I got pissed off at that. "Dude, Leo, pessimism takes you down the wrong path." Pessimism? You think this is pessimism? What about realism? What about that little feeling of dread deep inside you that you know you're going to die? I'm not being pessimistic anymore, Logan. I'm being realistic." We all looked at Leo with shocked faces. I was going to pull a generic, "We can make it through this," but I began to feel the same fear and darkness that he felt. We angered some sort of demon, and now it wants us, and it's going to tear us all apart. All because of that goddamn song that I played on my stupid piano. I then thought of something I could do. I took my phone out, hid it under the table, just so the lunch supervisors don't see it. I went and deleted the sheet music, that I got from the book. I then put my phone back in my pocket and looked up to my friends. I then thought up of something insane. I said, you know what we could do? We could take the book from the library, take it back to my house, start a fire in the fireplace and throw it in there to make sure the memories of it never remain. In other words, vandalism, Dylan said. That's stupid. The school will be on our ass about it. I know. That's why I also thought that we could just move to a different city or something. Move to a different city, Alex protested. He put his head down again and then said, actually, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. I don't want to be here. The monster could track us down again. You guys can't be serious. You know there is no hope for us, Leo said. I was surprised when Leo said that. Out of anyone here, Leo, I never expected you to protest. You're the one that was the most scared. You know that. Yeah, and because of it, I can't bear the thought of leaving my parents in hope that the demon will go away. I might as well be under the embrace of my parents if I'm going to die. Well, there's nowhere to hide here. I'm going to leave before he comes back. Who's with me? Dylan and Alex raised their hands. At least I have some sane friends, I said quietly. After I said that, I kind of wished that Leo and George didn't hear me. Anyway, we're going to take the book from the library and burn it, and then we're moving away. George and Leo tried to keep me from doing that, but I was set on this. After we got done eating, Dylan and Alex went to their classes, and I went straight to the library and checked out the book. Ugh. It felt disgusting in my hand, yet at the same time it felt perfect for burning. Almost like it was designed for it. Once school finally ended, which felt like it took forever, I drove back to my house. My parents weren't home as usual. I opened the door and entered my house. I felt completely lifeless. There were no lights on, just the sun's rays shining through the windows, which created a sense of serenity and creepiness. I took the book out of my backpack. I was going to just throw it into the fireplace, but I tried to think of other methods of disposing it without seeming too conspicuous if my parents come home at some unexpected time. I climbed the stairs slowly, the creaking sound like nails on a chalkboard in the darkness. When I finally got to my room, I found my dog cowering in the corner of my room. It was whimpering, like never before. Hey. I was wondering where you were, I said. I then realised where it was looking. I could feel an expression of terror crawl across my face as I turned my head to my closet. My closet was right beside my door, which can be a terrible place at times. With a shaking hand I reached for the closet handle and slowly pulled it back. I flipped on the light switch. What I saw I'll never forget. I saw long, thin scratches along my white wall. I looked down to the floor and saw all my shirts completely ripped in half, completely torn apart. I lost it at that point. I said screw it to that room. I took my book, shut the door and locked it behind me, trapping my dog in there. Oh God. Oh, why did I do that? What am I doing? Why should I sacrifice an innocent life to save my own? Who am I? No, stay focused. I calmed myself down and descended back down the stairs, knowing that I'd never go back to the room I went to my fireplace and immediately threw the book in there. Thoughts bombarded me about whether there might be a grave ramifications that come from this or not. Never mind that, I indulged myself in the wonderful sound of burning paper. I will forever remember this sound as the day that I sent away that dreadful creature. But suddenly I heard a muffled slam outside my house. I was instantly terrified. I was just thinking about grave ramifications a minute ago. They can't have come true. My hearing seems to have doubled by now. I could hear the silent footsteps on the grass outside my house, above the savage flames devouring the book. The melancholic atmosphere didn't help at all. Either my heart reached the stage of horror I felt when I saw the monster for the first time. I felt horrified, yet like a fool at the same time. I began to hear muffled talking about a minute after I heard the first slam. I began to calm down, but that calmness didn't last long. At that moment I was quite sure I screwed myself, because if it was my parents, then they're going to be shocked at what I'm doing, and I'll have no explanation for them. However, if it was Dylan and Alex, then I'd be good. Somewhat. I turned to the fireplace and decided to close the screen. Luckily for me, the screen covered up the fire, so it couldn't be seen. I just have to hope that my parents don't hear the crackling of the fire. Then, the door opened. I stood up quickly, my heart completely frozen in fear. Thank the Lord it was my friends. I let out an inhumanly long sigh of relief as they came in. But then I took my own breath away, realising that my parents could come home at any minute. My friends turned to me and were a bit shocked at how my house looked at the time and how I looked. They told me that my skin was really pale. I looked down at my arm and they were right. "Good God, you look like you've seen a freaking ghost," Alex said, in such a voice that I could tell he was trying to veil his nervousness. "Something along those lines," I responded without putting much thought into it. "Excuse me?" Alex asked. Damn it, why did I say that? I decided not to try and lie my way out of this. I'm a horrible liar. Well, I went upstairs to find a less conspicuous way of disposing of that wretched book, such as, I don't know, flushing it down the toilet. But anyway, I decided to go to my room to look for something else to destroy the book with, when I found my dog cowering in the corner of my room. I saw it looking at my closet. I turned around, opened the door, and saw long scratches down the wall and my shirts torn in half. Dude, what the... Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of my dog whining and scratching against my door. I muttered, "Shit," under my breath and ran up the stairs and to the door. I could hear my dog's panicked scratches and crying so loudly. I swung the door open and my dog looked like he'd been on the streets for at least a year. His fur looked greasy. He had a panicked look on his face. My dog ran past me faster than it ever ran before. It ran to the basement. "Holy shit," Dylan exclaimed. "Logan, did you see that?" "Unfortunately," I replied in a mournful tone. "I'm going to take a quick look as to what it was yelping about." I turned back to my room and opened the door slowly, dreading what may be inside. I saw 4 long scratches down my bed, and my covers were on the ground. My window was also open, but not shattered, and my curtains were also torn in half. I found myself slowly backing away from my room and beginning to feel nauseous. I had to hold on to the rails of the balcony in order to keep myself from falling to the ground. "Oh my God, Logan, are you alright?" Dylan asked. "Not exactly," I said as I drained the remaining energy within my body left. The last thing I remember from that moment was hitting the ground and my vision slowly collapsing into the darkness. I woke up groggily. It took my eyes a minute to sharpen to my new surroundings, and I felt this irritating throbbing in my head. "Good Lord, where am I?" I asked weakly. A voice, Alex's, responded. "Welcome back to reality, Logan. You passed out or something, so we drove you here to a hotel. We were waiting until you woke up to walk in. My family and I have been to this hotel before, and it's quite a ways from our neighbourhood, so that's good." "What about the people that walked by and saw me lying down in the back seat?" Well, one person walked past our car and he didn't bother to look in the window. Sheer luck right there." I chuckled a bit, still groggy from waking up. "Well, shall we go into the hotel for the night? It's already 9 p.m, Dylan said. We all stepped out of the car. I struggled a little bit and checked into the hotel. We finally got to our room. 2 beds, a TV, a table, all that basic stuff. Then I realised, what if I forgot my phone? I immediately asked one of my friends where my phone was. "Yeah, I set your phone on the table right there," Dylan said, pointing to the table sitting beside a window with closed curtains. "Thanks, man," I responded. I picked up my phone and saw that I had a new text message. It was from Leo. I opened the message and read, "Hey man, how's it going? I invited George to stay over for the night. We're hoping to see the sun again. But, I have something I think I should tell you. When you were playing that song on the piano, I actually had my phone out and recorded the motions of your hands. We're going to try to play the song tonight and kill the demon." I froze. I don't even know why I froze. I mean, I didn't like Leo and George as much as I used to, because they decided to stay behind. I turned to Dylan and Alex and said, "Hey guys." Leo just texted me, saying that he's going to attempt to kill the monster. "The hell?" Alex asked. "He doesn't have the sheet music of it." That's the thing. Leo apparently recorded the motions of my hands with his phone. Did he say why? No. He just told me that he and George are going to attempt to kill the monster. Dylan didn't say anything. I looked over to him and saw him subtly shake his head. Then he spoke up. "How about this? We'll wake up tomorrow morning and drive back to the neighbourhood and see if they're still there," he said in an emotionless tone. "If they are, great. If they aren't, well, we're still moving to a different city." Dylan sounded unbelievably apathetic. This was unusual for him. Then I decided to give my small speech to him. "Guys, look at what's happened to us. We've stood the test of time and have been able to overcome any adversity that we've encountered. Now look where we are, completely separated. 3 scaredy cats hiding away, and 2 courageous and maybe ignorant lions facing their demons head on. We are pathetic. No one spoke up for at least a couple of seconds, but then Dylan said something that pushed me down again. Do you even remember what Leo said at lunch today, Logan? He said that we've loved doing these things, but nothing bad has ever happened to us. Logan, you're still holding up an invisible shield. It's time to face the truth. I stared at Dylan with my mouth open. I have no words, I managed to push out. Make your decision. Anyway, I'm going to watch the news and go to sleep. Alex is joining me. I decided to join them as well. I went to the bathroom first to brush my teeth and do all that stuff. When I got done, instead of getting into a bed, I decided to sit at one of the chairs at the table and watch the news. It was the same stuff as any other day, just depressing reports and that one little good deed or event to somewhat lighten up the dark mood. I began to doze off, that is until I heard something on the news that shocked me. There was a fire going on at the address Leo was on. My heart jumped out of my chest. I looked at the clock. 10:09 p.m. it read. I asked Dylan if I could borrow the keys to his car. Dude, no. It's my car, not yours. Dylan, you dipshit. Leo and George are in trouble. We have to do something, I exclaimed, terrifyingly. You have to do something. We're sticking to our plan. Then I said something I never thought I'd say to my friends. Fuck you guys. I then leaped out of my chair and slammed the door behind me, potentially rousing sleeping residents of the hotel. I ran down the hall and dashed down the stairs faster than ever before. I then ran past the receptionist and ignoring their cries as to why I was going so fast. I tore through the doors to the hotel and began to run all the way back to the neighbourhood. That was a mistake. My legs did not appreciate my decision. I was unfortunately not fit enough to run this entire distance without any brakes, so my legs began to falter in the middle of it. Once I had left all of the main lights and began to run down one of the darkest roads in the town, I began to grow nervous. There were only a couple of streetlights every 20 metres, providing only a small haven for me to take breaks in if I so wanted to. I kept running, but then I was forced to stop because my legs couldn't take it anymore without a break. I rested under a streetlight and tried to catch my breath. I was panting so hard it felt like I was going to pass out at any moment. But then I heard something that made me want to end it myself before anything else could touch me. I heard that dreaded squeak, 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 quite a ways behind me. No. Oh please God, no. I began to mutter to myself. I could feel tears beginning to form. I slowly turned my head back around and saw it. That fat piece of shit that was approaching our house 2 days ago. I was paralysed in fear. I could feel my muscles begin to weaken, knowing this may be my end. But what made me regain that waning strength was the fact that the monster was walking slowly to my direction. Then it stopped. It stood there for maybe 5 seconds. 5 long, excruciating and horrifying seconds. Then it raised its hand, brandishing those long fingernails that it had. I felt like vomit at this point. I'm tired as hell, and now the monster that tried to get us before is right in front of me. Then it began to run at me. It was humorous in the way, but unbelievably horrific. I then turned around and tried to run. My entire body was shaking so much, it was almost impossible to move. Have you ever had that feeling where you're being chased, or you feel like something is gaining up on you? Like that little force from behind you. That's what I felt. What came first was that force, and then I began to hear brief yet heavy footsteps getting closer and closer behind me. I couldn't see him, but I knew that he was close. I then found myself falling to the ground painfully. I was quite sure that the collision had rendered my arms temporarily useless at this point. Still shaking and on the verge of tears, I slowly rolled over and saw the creature standing over me. Its head was covering the moon. I could feel my lips trembling so much, and I could feel small streaks of water descending down my cheeks. Memories of my life, just to evaporate to the skies. Then I felt 8 hard and cold things gather behind my head and lift me up to the creature. It didn't take long for me to realise that those 8 things were the thing's fingernails. I immediately felt disgusted and vomited over my shirt. I looked up again and saw the creature's face. It was extremely pale. It had no lips and large, white eyes staring directly into my soul. I could hear its slow and demonic breathing as well. We both looked at each other. It looked like it was examining me. Spontaneously, the creature growled and lifted its hand up, its fingernails looking like 4 swords, ready to slice me into pieces. I immediately punched the creature in the face and was able to give myself enough running room. But before I could get far enough away, I felt 4 sharp and painful scratches go down my right leg. If I wasn't careful enough, I would have fallen down again, but I was, somehow, able to keep my balance and continue running. If you think about it, with my legs already getting tired and sore and getting cut, I must be the luckiest man on earth. A couple of minutes into the run, I began to see flashing lights from above the trees. Yes, that must be where the house is. What a foolish remark. Been happy to see fire trucks trying to take out a fire in your friend's house isn't something to be ecstatic about. I made a final dash, which was later another bad decision, as that completely killed my legs, and was excited to see both Leo and George standing outside of the house, shaking in fear. I yelled both their names, and they were surprised to see me come back. Jesus Christ, I'm so happy to see you guys are all right, I exclaimed. Boy, are we glad to see you too, George exclaimed. It was hard to talk above all of the flames and rushing water. Dude, the fuck happened to the house? I yelled. That's actually a funny story, George responded. We ended up playing the song. Well, I ended up playing the song and nothing happened for a bit. Suddenly I began to hear crackling from the kitchen and Leo screaming to get the hell out and call 911. So why do you look so damaged? I froze. I didn't know if I should have told them about the monster or not. Should I make them even more nervous, considering the fact Leo already lost his house? We stood and stared at the blazing house. Leo never spoke a word. All I could see was an emotionless face and a dead glare. I couldn't tell if he was falling into a deep depression or was just losing all connection of his emotions. I then spoke up, awkwardly trying to break the forlorn silence. I asked both of them if they wanted to come back with me and sleep with Alex and Dylan and me for, well, God knows how long. George agreed, but Leo just stared at me with that emotionless stare. Regardless, he still followed George and me to the hotel. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that I'm an insane maniac making my friends walk the path from where I met the creature. Thing is though, when I turned back around, I didn't see the creature anywhere. I made a premature assumption that we were safe and that we can return home to the cozy heat of the hotel room and the comfortable beds. That seemed worth it. We continued down the dark road that I travelled. I could feel myself shaking tremendously. I kept muttering to myself, stop shaking, to hopefully not inflict the feeling of fear upon my friends. Suddenly I heard Leo scream, and there came a loud scratch, like something being dragged against the road. I turned around swiftly as my legs began to die even more. I saw the creature had pulled George back and had already pinned him to the ground. Leo and I couldn't do anything but watch in horror. The creature immediately impaled George in the area where his heart was with one fingernail, and took the other and jabbed it into his head. George had a very brief spasm, but then stopped moving. I was horrified. Yeah, but at the same time, I was infuriated. I couldn't help but yell, "You sadistic piece of shit," at the top of my lungs. The creature swiftly turned its head to me, and without falter it began to chase me down, continuing to brandish its long fingernails at me. I quickly turned over to Leo before running, and he still had that emotionless glare. It scared the hell out of me. But when I ran, Leo began to run with me too. He didn't scream or start breathing quickly and loudly. He just followed whatever I did. And of course I forgot that my legs temporarily died again. I immediately fell to the ground, and the creature pinned me down before I could even attempt to get up. I saw that it was about to lift its hands up and scratch me again, but before it could do that, I grabbed one of its fingernails, and in a severe fit of rage, I immediately snapped it in half. It sounded like breaking a human bone. The creature let out a loud, piercing screech, that of a banshee. This time I was able to get up and try to run away, because it had backed away from me. My legs were in such unbearable pain, I limped every time. I even set my foot down to the road. I groaned in agony with every step. I was on the verge of just giving up. This was now torture. Just making it to the hotel. Just make it to the hotel, I kept telling myself. I could still hear those heavy and fast footsteps behind me. Then I saw the lights of the hotel ahead of me. In fact, it was maybe 30 meters away. I was going to give it my all, like usual, but my legs would absolutely give up on me then. I'd essentially be paralysed if I even dared to try harder, but regardless, I still proceeded to limp run. It was like I was seeing the lights of heaven, trying to escape from the flaming inferno of hell. Then finally I reached the entrance to the hotel. I opened the doors with brutal force and fell to the ground. The receptionist gasped, and I could hear her standing up from her chair and coming over to me, but then gasping again at the sight of the creature. I knew that demon was right outside the door and was now making its way in, but then I heard a horrific screech. I immediately turned myself over and saw that the creature's remaining fingernails were cut in half, and they were now lying on the floor. The creature let out deafening cries of agony as it tried to suppress the pain. Then it ran back to the door and used its remaining fingernails to create scratches in the glass, completely shattering it. "Holy fuck," I exclaimed. The creature stood in front of me, and without any hesitation, it scratched my face. Oh God, the pain was excruciating. I let out a scream and began to cry at the same time. It scratched me again. This time the pain doubled. I let out another scream and cried harder than I ever had before. I saw it lift up its hand again, but then I saw a baseball bat come into view, and I saw the pieces of the creature's fingernails go flying off once again. The creature let out yet another scream. This time I was pretty sure it had aroused the entire town. I was able to use my arms to drag myself away from the creature. I saw that the person who had hit the creature with the bat was the receptionist that had nearly fainted. I looked up at her and she looked at me. We exchanged brief glances and she looked back at the creature. I knew that we were both expected the creature to stop screaming and attack us, but instead it screamed one last time. I could never be sure, but it sounded like a muffled, distorted version of Leah. The creature then staggered in agony out of the hotel. The only noise left was the commotion of the residents upstairs and our heavy breathing. Leo, Dylan and Alex rushed down, gasped at my face, and immediately asked if I was alright and what had happened. I'm fine," I said, with a waning voice. I felt like I was going to die. I then said, with much pain, "The creature chased us down from Leo's house, and it chased us here, and nearly killed me. If it wasn't for this I paused to catch my breath. If it wasn't for this receptionist, I may be dead by now." "I'm going to call an ambulance," the receptionist said. I set my head back down on the floor and stared at the fading ceiling. The last thing I can remember are my friends sitting beside me, saying that I would be alright, and the other residents of the hotel talking about what just happened, and then the sirens and the flashing lights. I woke up in a hospital bed and saw my friends sitting at the corners of the room. I didn't have the energy to turn my head, but I could see from the window above me the sun's rays shining through. "You've been out for a long time, dude," Alex said. 5 hours to be exact. I spoke, but it started off as me just blowing out air. How does my face look?" I asked in a raspy voice. "They said that it's going to take at least a few weeks to heal completely, and it's nothing they've ever seen before," Dylan said. I wasn't too upset. I don't know why, to be honest. I was just accepting of it. Then I asked a question that our friendship relies on. "Do you think that we could ever be the same after this?" No one responded for a while. It was quiet, peaceful. Then Leo spoke up. "No one knows what adversity truly is until they experience something like we did. Leo then put his hand over his face. Alex walked over to Leo and tried to comfort him. I looked down at my hand and began to think about the creature. Why did it kill George? Why did it look that way? I lifted my head up slowly and said, "Do you guys know what I found strange? When the receptionist hit the creature's nails with the baseball bat, it screamed. I think it was Leah." Dylan and Alex both looked at me with skeptical faces. I'm sure they were thinking the same thing I was. Love. True love. And that's it for tonight, my little hellhounds. Thanks for listening. If you've enjoyed tonight's scary stories, then don't forget to subscribe and click the like button, as this really does help the channel. And don't forget to click the bell icon so you get notified every time I upload. If you have any scary stories you want narrated on the channel, then submit them to Reddit r/homeofscares and follow me on Twitter at homeofscares. Now, good night, my little hellhounds.